Hello and welcome to Saturday, day 4 of the 18th IREC. I'm joined here with Isaac
Good morning.
and Carl,
Good morning.
and getting ready for our first salvo of launches this morning. We have a few teams down at the pad. The solids are at red flag. We have 4 down there. You can see them there on the screen getting ready to launch.
We also have a team out on the hybrid pad, RMIT from Melbourne, also vertical. So we should expect to see them beginning their filling procedures at some time soon, I would expect. I've heard they're having maybe some antenna problems at the minute. They're just trying to close out. But we can expect today from the hybrid pads up to 5 rockets to launch, which is quite a lot, actually, to get through. If you've been following along it can be quite a bit of pressure to get going down there on the hybrids pads. We have additionally, if I can do the maths, roughly 10 rockets that won't have flown after this first salvo. And so those teams are hopefully in the pits, madly working away to get them built. But we'll see how we go. It's a limited flying day today. Hopefully all of those teams can get their rocket together and get them in the air.
And those
recover.
deadlines are going to be key today. So there are a few of them coming up. The end of our legal authorization to fly is noon, but I know there are some earlier ones in the day. Carl, can you walk us through that?
Yeah, so we're going to be cutting off, I believe, the readiness checks earlier than that. I'm not quite sure exactly when that'll be. Isaac, do you have any thoughts on that?
Flight readiness, I would say by 10 a.m. There won't be any more than 2 solid salvos today, but hybrids and 2 stages being a sort of special case, will probably escape those deadlines.
Yeah, and if we're lucky, I think we might have our last two stages going up today, if they're able to get together and get out to the pads.
Affirmative, yeah. There's two stages left to go. I've heard one's in pretty good shape to get off the ground, and the other one is in a number of pieces currently, and they're working to make that into a slightly lower number of pieces, preferably one, when they start.
One perfect piece, I hope.
One perfect piece.
And then 2 pieces.
And then 2 perfect pieces.
Exactly.
And then lastly, under main, 3 perfect pieces.
Well, for the 2 stage, there's actually...
there's more pieces.
You've got the sustainer and the booster, and you're going to have a drogue parachute for both and a main parachute for both. And so the sustainer looks just like a single stage rocket, basically. So I imagine there's 3 sections to that. Give or take, and the booster is less likely to have those 3 separate sections. Might be a 2-section job, or it could be 3. So yesterday and the day before, we were kind of sad to see, because it's a lot of work for these teams for it to happen. A number of CATOs, which is when the motor breaches its physical containment of the burny bit early in the flight stage.
Inside the motor only.
Yeah,
and only out through one entrance or exit.
That's right. I felt some of those in my chest.
Exactly that.
Watching them.
So, my prediction is we're going to see at least one more today. There's one rocket I know of that I've got my eye on, but we'll see. It's just a vibe that I have.
That's part of the learning process and part of our range design here. Things happen when you're launching this many rockets. Some of them will not go off as expected. And so out on the range today, you may see unexpected things. We had our EMS, our Emergency Services District partners, had some work to do yesterday, dealing with rockets.
Ladders.
Rest in peace.
Ladders aflame. And those eventualities happen, and we're ready for them. And we're ready to respond when they inevitably occur, despite everyone's best efforts.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of emergencies and responding, it was a little bit of deja vu last night as we closed out launching just in the nick of time. The wind picked up, the dust picked up. I was scared on behalf of our tents, but it appears that we've survived the night, and all of our infrastructure is still in place. So if you're kicking around in Pecos and you want to come on down and see some rockets launch, I would recommend coming out. We're going to be launching fairly soon. We could see some teams down there on solids just completing their arming procedures, although there's no ladders, so they might even have finished and they're waiting for that final team to arm.
Yes, and teams, we're happy to have you out to spectate, to support the other teams, and also to help with teardown of the event. There are some bonus points available for helping out with that.
Of course. We always appreciate some help, helping break down the launch area.
So
it's
I
a
think
big job to put it up, and it's just as big a job to tear it down.
It takes about 3 days, and at least for live stream, it takes about 3 days to set up, and we have to tear it down in about 3 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, we're seeing lots of ladder shots here in the drone cams. Shout out to our drone operators. They've got a lot of equipment to help pack up as well.
Shout out to the ladders for their sacrifice.
So chat, can we expect a number of ladders to survive the event? How many how many ladders will die today?
Chat, can we get some L's in the chat for ladder?
L for ladder. That's good. Good.
And I should also add on deadlines that live stream will be shutting down at 10 a.m. local time today. That is also part of that, those teardown logistics and the judging cutoff times there. While teams may be able to fly till the end of the legal authorization, a lot of the support services on site are closing down at 10 a.m. today to support the logistics of getting torn down and everyone back to Midland for the award ceremony. Some great ladders.
Okay, so we're seeing here two different models of ladders they have down on a solids pad. On the left-hand side, that looks to be an aluminium framed one. And on the right there, we've got a composite, a fiberglass ladder with the rungs. So that bright orange one, that fiberglass and the silvery
Which
color.
type do you prefer using, Isaac?
Well, I used to be a big fan of the fiberglass. It's nice and lightweight, cutting edge, high tech. But as we saw yesterday, when exposed to the exhaust of a burning rocket engine, the epoxy that makes up the matrix of the fiberglass rails, just it'll burn. It'll keep burning. You need to get Reeves County ESD down to put it out for you. So I think the aluminium ladder would have survived.
Really, really.
And which is a better rocket material?
Aluminium or fiberglass? Well, if you read the EEE safety code, it would recommend fiberglass over aluminium. Aluminium is acceptable as a ductile metal, but fiberglass is certainly a better choice.
And that certainly comes up in our flight safety review a lot. And the mentorship before the teams even get here when they're making those early design decisions.
Yeah, shout out to all of the mentors for teams around, not only around the States here, but around the world who are putting in time to help these students through the process. It's this competition is a real opportunity for these students. It's a ladder to career success, and your support is invaluable to their learning process.
Yeah, to help them reach ever higher heights.
So we're seeing here cars coming back from the solids pad, it looks like. So I'd say our igniters are installed, our energetics are armed, and we can't be too far away from launching. Once these teams get back to the pits, they've got to come and visit our viewing area manager over there, Nick, and tell him that they have telemetry lock, because the last thing we want to do is launch one of these rockets without the GPS being beamed back home.
Why is that so critical? What is the GPS used for?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, GPS, or global programming, global positioning system, pardon me this morning, it's actually a satellite network. And on board each of these rockets is a radio that talks to that satellite network and uses the time of flight of the radio signals between the satellites and the rocket to determine, with a fairly high degree of accuracy, the location of the rocket at any given time. There's also a different radio that then sends that information back to some kind of ground station where someone who might want to find the rocket is. So that's the telemetry lock that that the teams need to have before we're going to press the button. So they need to have first a GPS fix, which means there's a kind of mathematical solution to that time of flight problem. Can can the onboard electronics see all those satellites and communicate with them? And then is it actually connected to the ground station and communicating that information back to the team?
And now, are the students building these GPS devices themselves, or are they purchasing them? Or
Great question. There are a lot of commercially available GPS devices, but I also personally know a number of teams that develop their own systems from a fairly low level, which is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, shout out to the teams doing interesting electronics.
Yes.
All right, so we got 4 rockets vertical on the rail there. I'm seeing Team 119.
Oh, they seem color coordinated with each other.
They do.
They're pretty good.
They do.
I like the ensemble.
Just turning back into the pits there with the with those teams that have just racked.
And you can see that NASA spaceflight camera in front. Thanks to NASA spaceflight for coming out and helping us with those views.
Yeah, some of the footage that's been captured by those NASA spaceflight pad cams has been absolutely incredible, especially of the less than nominal flights.
And one also took a hit.
Yeah, for the team, of course.
Earlier, from what we gather, a fragment of a Kato hit a tripod leg and knocked over the camera. So in a stroke of unluckiness, it was hit, and in a stroke of luck, it was hit in a way that was not particularly damaging. And we're waiting for the range to clear out as we have these 4 rockets out on the pads.
I think I just saw the last vehicle pull in here, so.
Yep, we're gonna see our students who've just come back from the solids pad, probably walking behind us on camera here. I can't see them yet, but this is typically the route they take from the queue once they've come back from the solids pad. And then out to our left here is the student viewing area. I don't think we've got any good shots of that, but it's.
We'll listen for their cheers.
We will hear their cheers, and I've heard some pretty good feedback on this year's location for student viewing and the line of sight to see the rockets.
Of course, that's very important to us. You know, you have to give the students a good location to view their own flight from.
Here comes some replay from yesterday, some highlights.
Okay, we've got Cornell, which was an interesting flight.
What made it so interesting?
Well, its flight dynamics were a little challenging, and I spoke through with the hybrids pad lead this morning, and he said to me they actually designed their rocket to operate in the high temperatures out here, 95 degrees, without realizing that we had some systems in place to be able to cool the nitrous. And so the engine performance was vastly different to what they expected. I think it's safe to say.
So they had an error in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
They made an assumption that the nitrous would be hotter than it actually is. Whereas it seems most teams have problems with it
being too hot.
No, it's the other way. Right, Cornell thought that it would be hotter than it was, and the other teams thought it would be cooler than it was.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you were right the first time. Alrighty, and we're seeing, are we still in replay mode? I'm not sure. Okay, it looks like Erica heading back down to solids.
Zip, zip.
Yeah, that's what it appears to be.
So maybe we've left something critical behind. One of the igniters didn't get ignited.
Somebody might have forgotten to arm a pad box, perhaps.
We might have left a ladder a little too close to the exhaust of one of these rockets.
Common mistake.
Common blunder, for sure.
There we go. Or someone was left in the porta potty of shame. Could it be back? Could it be back? All right, Erica, what have we left behind? Well, it's not Erica, it's Bryce. The flight cards. Oh, all right, that's embarrassing.
That is very brutal. Well,
it's
an early morning.
Yeah, it's Saturday. We're almost there.
We're almost there.
I get it. I get it.
Past that red flag.
So, yep.
heading away out of the exclusion zone with flight cards in tow. So what's the importance of flight cards, and why would someone go back to get them?
Well, the flight card is an important part of the launch process that helps us document and keep track of the rockets that we're launching, and is a good paper trail for the rocket as it moves through our launch system. We have a database system that the teams will have experienced, maybe with some frustration, but it's been working quite well overall. Carl's actually been helping to manage that process. Do you want to talk us through it?
Yeah, it's a new thing we're trying out this year. We've been in development of it for quite some months now, and given the relatively short timeline, I think it's been working about as well as it could have. It's really helpful for us managing the radio conflicts. That's kind of where it started, and it's grown from there to really encompass our entire launch flow. And so teams can just put in which radio transmitters are on their rockets, and it allows us to very, very easy and seamlessly deconflict them and make sure that nobody's squawking on the same frequency, and that they can all get their GPS lock and get the rockets off, just like we were talking about earlier.
All
I
right.
think this is definitely something we'd like some feedback on too.
Yes, we would absolutely love some student feedback.
It's something that's going to be continued to be improved and refined over time.
Yep.
All right, we're starting to see some students in the student viewing area. We've got teams with tables. They've got their GPS equipment. We've got antennas in the sky, like a ladder to the heavens.
All right, good morning, everyone. We are getting ready to start our solid salvo of the day.
Okay, we're just about ready to start
So
here.
we're just waiting on
This looks like it
confirmation
could
of
be a
telemetry from the teams that
sugar
are in it.
motor, perhaps,
As soon as
with
we
that
start to get
long
confirmation,
diverging
we will
nozzle
start to
protruding out the
send up
bottom. Maybe
rockets.
a 10K rod. Can't quite make out the team number, so it's not entirely clear.
Teams, we want big numbers on your rocket so that we can see them on live stream and identify them easily. Check out that appendix in the DTAG
Yes.
about the giant numbers.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just hearing on my flight network radio that we have good telemetry for 3 of the 4 teams, which means our LCO is good to start. So he's going to probably start with the Alpha 1 pad. Actually, that's incorrect, because Alpha 1 is Team 313, who are still missing in action. So if you're on Team 313 and you are watching the live stream, get on down to the viewing area and let us know that you have GPS lock. So we'll be starting probably with the Alpha 2 pad. I think that's Team 119.
All right, everybody. It is time to begin. We will be starting with Alpha 2, Team 119. We'll start with Alpha 2, Team 119. This is... Oh my. FCITEC, because I'm going to mangle that, but it is, yeah, I'm sorry, it's FCITEC. This is Project Punta de Jade. It's a 10K cot shot, estimated
Punta de Jade.
11,700 on an Aerotech M2500 Blue Thunder. And we
see
have
those
clear
drones working
skies.
together.
We have a green light. So we're launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke, and it's up.
Oh,
Hard
little
tip
wiggle.
over.
And then it's straight back. Great
But a
purple
good
flame.
straight boost.
Next up will be...
We're looking for a drogue event here.
Scanning the sky, looking for an event.
We found yesterday with the sun low in the sky like this, it's really hard to keep a track of these rockets as they come up through 10,000 feet.
I'm hearing some cheering from the student area. I think they think something good has happened.
Certainly indicates that they have some sort of event.
Let's see if we can lay eyes on it ourselves and confirm. and are headed to replay.
Okay, so it sounds like we've confirmed that Team 119 is under drogue, so nice work. I suspect that was a team from Brazil? Or Mexico. My apologies. So let's get some Mexican flags in the chat. Let's go.
Next up will be Alpha 3, pad Alpha 3. This is University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Team 179. Alpha 3, Team 179. Their project name is Aramis. This is a 10K COTS to 10,100 feet predicted on an M6000 Super Thunder.
M6000 is going to be a crazy cool flight.
Yes, that is quite a fast motor.
All right, the skies are clear. We have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There she goes.
Wow. Short, sharp boost. Tracking it up. You can see the smoke trail continuing up into the sky there. It's arcing a little to the east. Arcing, looking for an event. Anytime now. I've got it still.
And there's one event,
over.
2 event.
There we are. It looks like we might have a drogue out.
I can't quite make it out, but there were definitely 2 events there.
Yep, we got a drogue out.
Awesome.
And it sounds like we've got a main out. Yeah, I can see it just coming onto the horizon over there for the previous team. Team 119. Well done.
Alpha
What a great
4,
flight from
pad Alpha 4, Team 181. This is the University of Oran 1. It is Atacor 3 is their flight project. 10K COTS flight, predicted 10,950. This is an M2500 Aerotech Blue Thunder.
This rocket's looking a little shorter than all the other ones.
Yes.
All right, skies are
Well, it's
clear.
not the shortest.
Aspect ratio.
It's not the shortest I've seen.
And this is, I
We
believe,
have
the
a green
Algerian team
light on the pad.
from the University
And
of
we're
Oran.
going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A4.
We have liftoff.
Nice boost.
Great boost. We're looking for some kind of event. There it is. We've got an event as it arcs away to the north. And it's coming down fairly slowly. Yeah, I can see 2 pieces there, so I'd say we've got a drogue out. So that's fantastic start to the day. 3 successful launches. We're just in a little bit of a hold for Team 313 while they make sure that they can get their live video stream into our system. So if they can get that going, that'll be amazing to see. We've seen some awesome live video footage from on board the rockets so far. Okay, I'm hearing there's some Brazilian flags in the chat.
So
I'm also hearing hybrids have gone to red flag. So it sounds like we're going to be filling the RMIT hybrid as soon as the solids have finished their salvo. So one more launch off the solids when we hopefully get some live video coming through, and then we'll move down to the hybrids pad with a fill for RMIT again. They were filled yesterday and ready to launch, but unfortunately some of the GPS issues they don't stop coming.
They're not alone.
Were some GPS issues. Oh, I'm hearing there's a main out for that last team, so congratulations.
Sounds like their main is out.
So yeah, GPS issues for RMIT yesterday caused that scrub, and then the weather meant that they couldn't continue. But that's the slippery game of snakes and ladders we play out here on the rocket range.
I was like, what are we looking at here on the, what exactly are we seeing?
Well, we we appear to be hyper fixated on on a pair of ladders.
And now are these the aluminum construction, or are we back to fiberglass?
I think I'm seeing one of each, but they appear to be best of friends despite their diverse construction materials.
Well, that's what we love to see.
Sometimes you need more than one ladder.
IREC really brings things together.
All kinds of ladders together. Out at the solids pads.
Now, actually, down at the hybrid pad, we only have 2 ladders, so it's a very collegiate environment. They're very, they share. They are very cooperative, not just like within their own team, but between the teams. I've heard that the University of Sydney, who launched 2 days ago, very successful launch, and I would probably call them a competition favourite at this stage. They launched, they finished up, and then they heard that another team needed their rail. They brought their launch rail all the way from Sydney. It weighs between 300 and 600 kilos, as I shipped it here on pallets.
Wow.
And it's built. It's a very nice piece of work, I'm told. But you know, they've got to put it back in a pallet and ship it back home. They're going to need that for launching back home. But straight away they turned around and said that the next team along that needed the rail could use it. And could use it until the end of launching. So they're going to come back out here today to pack it down and pick it up, despite having launched 2 days ago. So shout out you, Sid.
Shout out to them for some great sportsmanship.
And that's a testament to the collaboration that's going down there on the hybrids pads and the 2-stage as well. 2-stage also only have 2 ladders, so it really is a sharing and caring environment. Actually, down at the 2-stage, they have a couple more than 2 ladders. They also have an extension ladder. And that's because they need that extra altitude to get up to the sustainer.
Is that extended ladder the same construction?
I've only seen aluminium extension ladders out here on the range. I'm not sure if it's a limitation of the design requirements for an extension ladder. Drones, can we try and track down an extension ladder? You'll need to either go out to 2-stage, or there's one on the LCO Connex that I've been walking up and down all week.
Maybe some ladder experts in the chat can let us know.
Can we get some, just pick a team in the chat. Are you team step ladder or are you team extension ladder? The step ladders we have on the range go up to, I think, 16 feet is the tallest one. But the ladder I've been climbing up and down all week can extend all the way to 24 feet.
That's a lot of feet.
There we go. I think we've got an 8-foot ladder in the frame. If we count the rung, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'd say that's an 8-foot ladder. So, as Logan said, we have a pretty short rocket on the rail at the moment. You don't need all 16 feet to get up there. You can use a shorter ladder. It's going to be a safer experience.
And that's something we generally advise.
Absolutely. there's no point climbing onto an unstable platform when you can keep yourself lower center of gravity. I believe the ladder that we lost tragically yesterday in the incident was 8 feet. It was an 8-foot ladder. So yeah.
Well, maybe we can get the warranty.
I don't know if the warranty is going to cover set fire to with burning pieces of rocket motor, but in the chat,
Let us know.
So yeah, in the chat, I want to hear, are you team step ladder or team extension ladder? Wait, that was a super chat? They're baiting me in production here. I feel like we've done this ladder bit to death, but now out on the pad we can see, is that RMIT's rocket? I can't quite tell. Yeah, that's
Don't worry, Isaac, we can always extend it.
That is RMIT's ladder. All right, they got me. That's RMIT's rocket out there, vertical on the Hybrid's pad. I'm sure they used the ladder to arm it. They've got a really neat arming system. They might not have needed to, actually. They've got nice, easily accessible pull pin switches at good clocking locations. So that's nice and easy. Waiting on live stream. Yeah, so we can see they've got their fill equipment to the right there of the rail. Over there on the left is actually something for solids, never mind. So all of their fill equipment's happening on the right. You can see that white barrel on the right-hand side in amongst the tables. That's actually full of ice and water, and also a cylinder of nitrous oxide. So they're keeping it cool to move into the rocket. Okay, and we got a super chat from Nick asking us to interview RMIT after. I think we can manage that. Nick, do we have an initial of the surname? I could probably shout him out properly.
And RMIT, come on over and we will interview you.
Yeah, let's hear from RMIT. They'll come on down. They'll be around, that's for sure.
Come on down and we'll have a chat.
Okay, and we're seeing some ladders out there on the Hybrid's pad. Oh, and Brody's running across. Got some action. I think that's Brody. Whoa!
All right.
Oh, so
now
I think we're cutting to the incident itself.
This is what happened to that unfortunate ladder yesterday.
At Alpha 1 at the solids.
Can we get some F's in the chat? This is really sad to see. Okay, looks like we're going back to solids for the launch.
De Fora. Project Supernova. This is a 10K SRAD. It's a sugar motor. So we're looking for a good flight.
Do we want live reaction?
At Alpha 1, Team 313. The skies are clear. We have a green light. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smoke, lift off.
Oh, it's tumbling, coning.
Okay, a bit of a flip on the way. Looking for an event here. There we go, we've got some kind of shootout. And we might see a main as well. There we go, home safe. So a bit of a suboptimal boost there. All of the redundant avionics systems have kicked in to help ensure the parachutes come out. And that's rocketry, that's ups and downs.
All in the same flight.
We're seeing a replay here. So it's a sugar motor. We've got that nozzle poking out there, and the thick white smoke
Yes.
characteristic of the sugar motor. It's a good straight boost. It looks like we've had some struggles through max Q, structurally speaking.
Yes.
As you said, sugar motor. Can I eat one?
You can try, but I wouldn't recommend it.
It's not very healthy, yeah.
So the sugar motors are a student researched motor, student researched and designed. It's a solid propellant, and a large proportion of the ingredients is actually sugar, like you would maybe put in your morning coffee if you have that bent.
It's certainly
All
energetically
right, the
dense.
pits, we have an all
Exactly,
clear until
you
the
get your
driver is
energy.
ready.
The rocket gets its energy, and it's actually the same principle. That's why they use the sugar.
And of course, for the rest of it, you have the sugar, and then you have the potassium nitrate as the oxidizer.
Well, I don't know if we want to give instructions to the folks back home explicitly, but
Okay.
but yeah, the sugar is the fuel component, and as Carl said, then you have an oxidizing solid as well.
Well, the sugar also acts as the binder. You need something to stick it all together and to agglomerate it, keep it all,
Yeah,
as
it's
one
a
piece
nice
before
cheat
it comes
code
out.
actually to have a very simple recipe for a motor. So it's an accessible thing for the teams to be able to do.
Yes, and there's most of the COTS solid motors are APCP. There's a lot of countries where you can't obtain that, and so sugar motors are generally what they have to resort to if they want to do student research and design solid motors.
Yeah, and that's because they want to be able to test fly them before they come to IREC. That's a big part of the engineering process. Design, build, test.
We consistently see the teams that are able to test more do better during the event.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you can test fly or successfully unit test in other ways, that is absolutely the best way to have a successful competition campaign here at IREC. So there we go. We can see the ignition process, and then it goes into full boost.
And jumps off the pad.
Okay, so we're back down here at the hybrid pad. One of the RMIT team members was down there before. Okay, and now we can see a little closer into the fill equipment that the RMIT team use. So they
That
have.
trash can you mentioned, right? Full of ice water.
Yep, so you've got the ice water over there with the nitrous oxide. They also have an oxygen bottle there situated next to the cooling bucket. And that is for their ignition process. So to ignite, this is actually a commercially available motor that they're flying. The teams had to build all of the fill equipment themselves. Oh, and we're seeing actually here live, I think it's live, a feed from their fill station. So they've had to build their own filling system to be able to support using this commercial motor, which is a little bit more complex than it sounds. It's quite tricky. So they need to get oxygen into the combustion chamber at ignition, because that's a key part of the system. So they have to have two fluid lines in. They've got the nitrous oxide, which is actually the fuel for the rocket, and the associated purging system, pressure readings, controlled valves, and then they need to do the same thing for the oxygen to be able to safely operate. So it's gaseous oxygen, much like you might use for an oxy torch, and it will flow through that box there. It's got some brains in it. The last time I saw the box, it was a lot bigger, so they've done some condensing work to be able to ship it over here. When they did their test flight a couple of months ago at the Victorian Rocketry Association's Serpentine launch site, shout out.
And how was that test flight? How did that go for them?
It was a challenging weekend. It was a 2-day launch up there, and the first day they didn't quite get there with the fill. They had some issues with the routing of their vent line and their telemetry on how the fill was going, how much fill they had. So it was always that sad sight when you have to dump a tank full of nitrous, pour the gasoline on the ground. I've heard it described as. But then they kind of worked overnight. I stayed late with them on the launch site, and we did a test fill. We got their fill system running, and then the Sunday they were able to get going fairly early in the day actually and have a pretty nominal flight.
Well, at least they were able to resolve that there instead of bringing it all the way here and dumping the nitrous over here.
Well, let's not make an early call, but I'm optimistic for the team. Okay, so there's a zoomed out view, counting at least 2 ladders down there at Hybrid's pad. Both of them are step ladders. Oh, there's one extension ladder, I think. Oh no, it's another step ladder. We've got 3.
If there are any ladder companies out there, we would love a sponsorship.
Absolutely. All right, so we can see RMIT's rocket out there. It's called the Legacy. That's the name of the rocket. It's got a beautiful paint job, actually, if you get the chance to see it in person or if you were able to see it at the convention center. So they always do a good job on their paintwork, do RMIT. It's sitting there on our protocase, protospace provided rails. Thank you. Big shout out to Protocase and all of our sponsors.
Yes, that was enormous to be able to really update and modernize our couple of our 2-stage rails and one of our hybrid rails.
Well, actually, most hybrid teams, or pretty much all hybrid teams in the competition in the past, have had to bring their own rail, come with a solution. So this really opens up the competition to international teams who don't have the means to send a 600 kilogram rail on a pallet. So we're really glad and thankful for the support to have been able to achieve that.
And do we have a tally for how many hybrid teams have launched off that Protocase sponsored rail?
Off that rail, I couldn't tell you
Okay.
off the top of my head, but I know today there is a queue of 3 rockets for that rail.
Just for that one rail. Wow.
That's correct.
Well, they'll get hopefully 4 more off.
Okay, we're seeing the secret ladder stash. I think that's still at the hybrids pad. I'm not sure. Yeah, we're at the hybrids pad. So they're actually they're trying to hide them from us.
This looks like a ladder and a ladder, Isaac. What are we looking at here?
We just had a bit of drone on drone there. So shout out to the drone teams. Let's keep those sight lines clear. We're seeing a significant number of tote boxes as well. So these might be team provided ladders, I would say. I reckon they might have come with a Calgary team. Because I know Ezra do not have that many totes, certainly not down at hybrids. And they're very neatly laid out as well, so whoever the logistics and operations officer is on Calgary that's organised that, nice work. So we're looking now here from the live camera piped in by RMIT. We've got some G-clamps on the rail there that I think hold on a mass sensor, so they're trying to sense the mass of nitrous that they have on board. Some of that telemetry we mentioned. Okay, and it sounds like we're 3 minutes to go on this RMIT fill. So set your clocks. It could be 3 hybrid minutes. Hybrid minutes tend to take a little longer than normal minutes, but sometimes they go quicker. So you really don't know.
There's no one conversion factor.
Sorry?
There's no one conversion factor.
That's correct. The conversion factor, it might be temperature related, it might be wind related.
GPS related, as we saw yesterday.
Almost always GPS related. So I don't know if we've got a shot of it, but this fill process is being remotely controlled by the team at a safe standoff distance, and they've got a little small version of our tent city down there at the hybrid GSE area, we call it. So you can see our tent city in view there, and then coming around to the left, potentially, or maybe not. Well, you're going to take my word for it that the hybrid GSE setup is on that road between the pad and the tent city. Okay, so we can see him set up there. Okay, we've got a 10-second count just about to come from the LCO for launch of the RMIT Hive Legacy rocket.
All right, attention everyone. We are going to be launching a hybrid, so you need to get out of your tents for this one. This is going to be Team 146 on the hybrid pad. This is the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. We are going to be doing a 10 count. We are launching in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch.
We've got fire, smoke.
And we have liftoff.
And there's that characteristic sound. Okay, it looks like
And a squeal, and I see
we've got an event at Apogee
some
there.
onboard video as well.
I think we might have had a bit of filling challenge because the apogee seemed a little lower than expected. But congratulations to RMIT. It is no mean feat. And the reason I said main instead of mean there is because the main was coming out. So we've got a nominal recovery there, I would say.
Thank you very much.
It is no mean feat to come all the way around the world with a very complex system and live stream it to us as it's happening, as we're seeing a replay there. So congratulations, team. And there we have it, still live from onboard the rocket. Little sketchy, but there it is coming back down to the ground, to our hard deck today of 0 feet. Okay, and touchdown there for Legacy. That'll be a very, very short walk for recovery, but as a reminder, they're going to have to go back to the Da Vinci tent, get themselves sorted. I think that might even be, oh no, there were some solids that can take that order. I was going to give it the closest to the pad. But I think we might have seen some closer.
Now, who is the closest to the pad so far? Or the shortest recovery distance so far?
I think that one has to belong to Strathclyde.
Or Strathclyde or Maryland, most likely.
Maryland had to walk some distance, and I'm sorry, Maryland, I've already seen myself go terrapins. I'm sorry for once again mentioning you on stream, but it was truly spectacular, and we appreciate the vibes you've brought to the live stream. But I think Strathclyde was closer to the pad. We saw the forward closure let go on their motor, and basically it instantly ejected the rocket, just like it was an ejection charge, but for the whole rocket.
Just a reminder that live stream will be shutting down at 10 a.m.
Okay, so there we go. Looks like a Fruity Shoots toroidal main there with the yellow and black stripes. So if we could get a sponsorship going there, Fruity Shoots, we'd love that. But we know you support Rocketeers and teams very well already, so a bit of a shout out. There we go. We've got the Solids pad team coming back, ready to prep for the next salvo of rockets. So once the rockets are finished launching down there, it's not instantly ready, and then we can see the flag going green. It's not instantly ready to receive new rockets. The team need to come and give the rails a bit of a scrub, lay them back down, ready to receive rockets, check that there's no damage to any of the igniter leads, and just generally reset the place, make it ready to have the teams come in. They work pretty tirelessly out there in the sun. There's Jacob coming through. Yeah, big shout out to Jacob. Not only has he been down there on solids helping out, but he's been out on the range here, staying with us in the same lovely Hoppies accommodation as I'm in actually. And he's up very, very early to help us manage the road in and traffic management. And he was up pretty late last night, making sure all of the teams who were out recovering were were home safe.
Well, and he helped me change my tire last night.
He helped Logan change his tire last night. That's a bit of a story and a half. I think we had, I've been told so far 4 flats just last night leaving the range. So if you are on the range or coming to the range, here's your reminder to be very careful as you drive on that road out. The caliche is a bit unforgiving. So take care, drive slowly, watch out for dust, and watch out for those big sharp rocks.
Yes, turn your headlights on when you're in the dust and watch out for the rocks. They will flatten your tire, and the services out here are limited. I learned the hard way last night that the 24/7 tire shop in Balmoral is not in fact 24/7, and that the nearest real tire shop that is open 24/7 is in Fort Stockton, and the auto parts stores in Pecos close at about midnight.
Okay, so we're seeing some of the, and I think that might have been Strathclyde just there, the more spectacular, that's pretty close to the pad.
This is a compilation put together by NSF showing the most spectacular launches they've captured so far.
So you can see there the motor has opened at both ends and it's operating in both ends. So the net force on the system is actually 0. It's stayed in place. I think this might be the scene of one of our pads going completely out of commission. There we go. That's an F in the chat for that pad. So we started the week with 20 launch pads down at Solids, and we wrapped up. Well, we haven't wrapped up yet, so never say never. But we're currently at 18. Oh, when you can see the shockwave, you know that it's a big boom. All right, I think we're seeing a ladder cam. Okay, so we've seen the forward closure give way on that one. It looks like the motor didn't actually ignite properly, so it just built pressure, blew the closure, and that was the end of that, which is pretty fortunate for that launch rail, I would say.
Yeah, sometimes we do find that the combustion stops.
Never mind. It sent the motor forward.
Yeah.
So
Generally,
Carl?
motors need a minimum level of pressure in order to continue burning, and so if they lose pressure too quickly, they'll just kind of snuff out.
So we can see, I think that's just a single grain there of an 05500 that's been ejected when the
What's
forward
difference
closure
between a
gave way.
grain and a motor?
Yeah, absolutely. So a grain is like a subset of the motor. So when we talk about assembling these solid motors, when you put a commercial motor together, it comes in a number of pieces of propellant. So inside, in most motors you have a hard external casing, typically aluminium, and then some kind of heat protective liner that protects the aluminium, because the aluminium won't maintain its strength under high temperature conditions. And then inside that you have the propellant itself in a big cylinder. For a number of reasons, manufacturing, transport, ballistics, internal ballistics, the motors typically are broken into smaller sections. So they're in a typical motor, you might see 4, 6, or 7, anywhere from 1 through to 7 or 8 segments of propellant, and so they're just cylinders that stack up inside. When you put these motors together, sometimes you have to glue them, and it can be a very time-critical process. Others don't need the glue. Typically, the motors that we see Katos on, where there's no manufacturing defect, is because they've been challenges with the gluing process in the assembly. With these O5500s, I believe you actually have to glue the forward closure in as well. And so there's 3 different kinds of adhesives you need to use through the assembly process for the O5500. It's very complex, and we think that probably is contributing to our pretty spectacular highlight reel there.
And the O5500 is actually quite interesting because they actually merge a couple of the components that you listed there. So instead of a separate casing and a thermal protective liner, they're merged into one. So there's a single, quite thick fiberglass combination casing, and it also protects, keeps in the. So yeah, for the O5500 specifically, they merge a couple of those components. So the thermal protective liner and the casing are a single fiberglass tube, which the grains are just directly glued into.
Yeah, and so you actually have to glue the grains face to face with one type of glue. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's actually, believe it or not, the same type of glue that they use to glue in the closures, and then the grains actually get glued into the casing using a different kind of adhesive.
Yeah, so there's a lot of steps here, and you need to make sure you've got enough time for the glue to cure. So if you haven't given yourself enough time to assemble your motor, you might be taking a rocket out there to the pad with glue that's not quite reached its full strength.
Yes, and that's why we have the class, of course, on Tuesday to help the teams integrate their motor. You know, some of these teams may have never had to integrate a motor this large and complicated before, and so that's just to help them ensure that they do it properly.
Yeah,
and they don't have any
what can I
issues.
learn at that class?
I believe how to put together your motor and how to put it together correctly so that it'll work successfully.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a great opportunity that we have thanks to the extra space and the generous kind of leeway from all of our support in Midland, at the Horseshoe there and with the Midland Chamber of Commerce. So thank you for giving us this space to work in here in Midland.
Yes, and for our hosts who are running the class.
Absolutely.
So we're looking at the solids pads, and as we're winding down Saturday, of course, we only have a handful of rockets left to launch, and so because we no longer need all 18 of those solids pads out there, the volunteers are just going to start taking them down and putting them away so that we can get out of here a little bit earlier.
But I heard there's a lot of cleaning involved in this. Can you tell me more about that and what we're going to have to do to tear down?
Well, yeah, so starting at the solids pad specifically, you can see those big old aluminum rails. They're going to have to disconnect a couple of different components there and then put them back in our big Connex box. There's all the signs. Back at the site, Logan, you can probably tell us a little bit about what Livestream needs to do to pick up. I can see cables strewn everywhere around me.
There they are.
More cameras than you can shake a stick
There's a
at.
wave.
Yes, a lot of the live stream production runs off of rental equipment. So all of that rental equipment needs to be repacked and returned today while FedEx is still open. And so we're looking for student assistance with this. We are going to put them on the bonus points list, and we really appreciate their help with the raw person power needed to get all of this organized and put back together and shipped back to our rental vendor.
And then we can see them packing up as we speak. So it's kind of hot and laborious work, and they're shortcutting a bit of work this morning. And we've just had a little delivery to our table here. We've got these tokens.
Yes, these riches.
We know you love the tokens. I'm sure for most teams that come out today, they'll manage to get their hands on one of these, whether it's a media one or one from the judges, or just from the general volunteers. I had some for flight safety review. I think I gave one to Politecnico, the Italian team. They had a beautifully built rocket. Unfortunately, it succumbed to to a big boom.
One big boom. Torino, right?
Yeah.
They didn't quite so much have a boom, of course. They had an 05500, and so they had a bit of complications as they were assembling it. Unfortunately, they weren't able to complete their assembly at the class, and so they had I believe a forward closure failure, which just basically pushed the whole rocket out, and most of the motor, I think, was still intact.
Okay. And we're seeing now the Chosun team from South Korea heading down to the hybrids pad. That was their car just passing them, one of them. They're not going to launch a hybrid rocket, but their rocket has a gas system on board, a gas pressurized system, which is designed to do roll control for stabilizing the rocket on its ascent. So it's an RCS system, a reaction control system, gas thruster. They use nitrogen, and that's why we need the nitrogen gas filling systems down at the hybrid pad. So they're going to be launching off the same protospace rail down there. Like I said, they're in the queue, and we're really excited to see the Chosun team come in. But now I think we've got an interview here with Team 204.
And welcome. We're glad to have you on air.
Hello, good morning.
Hi.
What are your names and what's going on right now with your team?
Okay, so I'm KK. I'm from Chulalongkorn University from Thailand, Bangkok, Thailand, and we just came back from our recovery post report.
Yeah, my name is Indy. I'm also from the same team, and yeah, we just came back from the post-flight review, and it seems pretty good for us. No damage, physical damage, and our apogee was kind of close to what we predicted, so everything's going well. Hopefully to see some great results this evening.
Oh, well done. Congratulations. Having a rocket fly successfully, have an altitude close to your target, and recover is a great result. And what special things did you put into your rocket that you're particularly proud of? A big challenge you overcame? An interesting payload, a paint job? What do you want the world to know about your rocket?
Okay, so this year it was our fourth vehicle of our club, and this year we got a transition in our rocket from 6-inch down to 5-inch booster. Yeah, and we actually integrated a new air brake system on our rockets too.
One of the proud things that I think we integrated into our rocket is our non-pyrotechnic recovery system. So we have a non-pyrotechnic ejection system which is based on spring and CO2, and as well as a kind of like a tender descender, but a non-pyrotechnic one as well. So we integrated that into our recovery system, and then everything went well. So it feels great to know that our SRAD works, and we even got on the podium session for that. We're just really proud that we could invent something that's really useful and non-harmful.
Yeah, very interesting. Why did you decide to approach the problem that way and develop a system like that?
Because our team is from Thailand, and in Thailand, black powder is kind of in the gray area, so it's kind of illegal if you don't have like the right license. So we had to overcome that legal issue. So, yeah. So there's a legal issue in using black powder, so that's why we came up with those innovations.
I see. Well, and that's definitely a theme we see from teams who have different regulatory environments in their home countries of coming up with systems that they can test at home before they arrive. What sort of testing did you do before you came, and what does that look like?
Okay, so since in Thailand, importing a COTS motor is completely illegal, so we ran tons of tests and CFDs and simulations. Yeah, so shout out to our flight dynamics team. Actually, when we launched the live stream, actually commentator already said that it's one of the straightest flight they have seen for that day. Yeah, so yeah, shout out to the flight dynamics team. Anything you want to add on?
I just want to shout out to the structures team. He's the structures lead. He really did a great job on our SRAD kind of, how do you say, like composite work. Like he took a lot of time in sanding and doing the paint job, as well as the mold and like being patient, and the results are really great. Do you wanna say anything? Oh.
Yeah, tell us more.
We proud to present a asset composite work like filing and a bottle that we made by ourselves.
Well done. SRAD is something that we really want to encourage in this competition for students to learn by doing, as the motto says, and to try things for themselves and see what goes well and what goes poorly. So were there any mishaps or unexpected things you had to overcome on your way here?
There's some last minute changes, but like we need to adapt to the problem and like find alternative solutions. But yeah, everything came out pretty good.
Okay. I know there's at least one in there. Can you give me an example?
You wanna go first?
Okay. So yeah, our boat tail, it was we did it through a carbon fiber infusion, resin infusion process, and yeah, it was SRAP. So there might be some tolerances that we might not meet our standards. Yeah. So when it lands, there are very minor crack at the very bottom because it lands first. Yeah, and all the load of the entire dry mass hits on the boat tail. Yeah.
And now we're gonna take a check-in over to Solids Pad and talk to the Solids lead and see how things are going out there.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you.
All right, Erica, how's it going out at the Solids Pad?
It's going great. We've already got a bunch of rockets off this morning, and we're currently getting another 4 more rockets out here to launch. We've got a few more student teams who are trying to wrap up their work and get their rockets launched today before the salvo closes.
How are you feeling? A new launch site, a crazy haboob the first day. You know, we've got well over 120 rockets launched so far. How are you thinking about IREC 2025 as a whole?
You know, we're really feeling great. We've had so many rockets launched this year. We've beat our record numbers, and we've had a great cadence out here. Teams are moving fast. They're excited. The launch site's exciting. There's a lot of open space. It's easy to find their rockets. So it's been a ton of fun. You know, the weather's maybe slowed us down a little bit here and there, but nothing we haven't overcome before, nothing we can't overcome now.
And what should we be looking forward to for the next year? I know you came in as the Solids Pad lead, looking to make a bunch of improvements. What have we learned this year, and what improvements can we make for next year?
Well, one thing we learned is that we need more rails because we've had a lot of CATOs over the past few days, so we've ruined a few of those. So first things first is get us some more rails so we can keep launching more rockets. Other than that, we've had a great team out here that have been keeping things moving really fast. So we've got a few efficiency improvements on the front end to work on. But other than that, we're feeling really good with what we've accomplished this year.
All right, thanks for all your hard work, Erica, and I'll let you get back to doing your job to get this last salvo off. All right, wave to the drone. Wave to the drone. All right, see you, Erica.
I don't think we've got your mic there, Bram. But you can do a quick swap. There we go. All right, we've got Bram. So Bram was just thanking Erica for that little conversation on the phone there. We've got phones to each of our important key locations, the Incident Control Center, the Launch Control Officer. There's a phone for RSO. But RMIT, we need to get them in for an interview. So we'll get them. They'll be back, they said. We've got phones down there at Hybrids at 2 stage at the Solid Pad. We just dial a quick extension and we can get to anyone we need to if they're standing at their station. So thanks Da Vinci for the phones.
Yeah, we could try to go down to Hybrids. I'm gonna go down actually with Dustin. Oh, you know what? That's a great idea. You know what? I might just take one of these Polarises to the right and just try to go down there and see if we can talk to him. I was going to go down there. We can ask some questions and get him on the phone if you call him in. Okay. I'm gonna pass it then back to Carl. We'll see about it.
Alrighty.
Okay, so I think Carl's here with a bit of an update on our launch status so far.
Yeah, so right now on our range status, looking out, we have one team over at the 2-stage pads getting ready. That's Toronto, I believe team 501 in the 30K two-stage category. Over at the solids pads, we have 4 teams. I don't have their team numbers, but we can see them right here. Maybe we can pick out some numbers.
If you can, you're doing better than me.
Whoa, and that's a little close.
That was an aggressive zoom.
And then, as we just saw earlier, we had Chosun, Team 110, going down to the hybrid pads. Now, interestingly, they are a solids team going out to the hybrid pads. Isaac, can you tell us a little bit about why they're going down there?
Well, we did mention it earlier, but they actually have an onboard system that requires nitrogen to be filled into a tank on board. And so we get our guy down there at Hybrids, Paul. He's going to sort them out with the nitrogen filling safely. So the nitrogen goes on board to a tank, and then they have a system, a reaction control system. I believe it's for controlling roll. That uses the thrust from the cold gas with some valves to help to stabilize the rocket's trajectory.
And now for roll, the spinning of the rocket, why would one want to control that in flight?
There's a few different reasons. Spin can help with the stability of the rocket. Maybe you don't want it to spin, maybe you do. It really depends on what your goals are. If you've got a camera on board, for example, you want a good clean shot, or you have an antenna that you need to stay pointed in one specific direction. There are a number of different reasons that you might want to control the roll of the rocket.
Interesting. Very interesting. And
so we're just doing the really important bit down there. Jim taking the photo with the rocket. We've got one ladder still erect, which we should see coming down very shortly, because typically the photo is the last step before arming.
Yeah, and they'll be turning on their energetics and getting ready to evacuate the pad pretty soon here, hopefully. Shout out Jim Riot with a super chat.
All right, that was a very long message from the super chat, but we appreciate the shout out. Is that Matt's dad I'm hearing? Well, he had some beautiful words about the work that all of the students have done, that the volunteers have done, and the incredible live stream. And Brahm and Dustin are just heading down there now to Hybrids to see if they can have a chat to some teams down there. Wave them goodbye. But that's exactly right. It is a massive body of work for a lot of people, not just us here in the blue shirts who've been awake for a very long time this week.
Yes, some of us more than others, of course, but
also the students, the mentors, the faculty staff, their parents, everyone involved. So thank you for supporting them.
Yeah, this event wouldn't be happening without the students, and it's for the students. So key part of the whole shebang.
Okay, and we're going to go ahead and check in with Das from NASA Spaceflight, who've been with us all week for a student team out on recovery. I think he might have found someone.
Good delay.
Oh, we're live first from...
Let's go get a rocket. Stopping to talk to an advisor real quick. Stand by. All right, we are proceeding towards the rocket, I guess. What? Why is the feed not good enough? It'll be better when I move the pack. Yeah, it'll be better when I move the pack. Let me move the pack. I got my cable sorted. Oh, they just dropped off the propulsion guy. We just passed the green flag at Hybrids. I don't have enough bit rate. Come on. It's tough to manage the bit rate and drive. Okay. It'll get better when I get out of the vehicle. It's like the easiest recovery ever. Hey, I wonder if my audio's live actually. This is the I've been doing this for so many years. These are the nice, okay, cool. These are the I've been doing this for so many years. These are the recoveries I volunteer to cover now. The first couple of years we trekked for hours across the desert with the students in the live stream pack to get rockets. We've gone through all sorts of stuff out in the middle of nowhere, but these are the ones I like to cover. Let's hop out of the vehicle and go with the students. I'm stuck. Oh. All right, I'm unstuck. Please bear with me on the bit rate here. All right, rocket safe.
Look at that. Textbook. Look at that. Look at this. 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 Ah, perfect. It's all laid out. Who said single split dual deploy was hard? Nailed it. Oh no.
So this is the team from RMIT University, the hybrid that just launched a few minutes ago. And I volunteered for this recovery because I knew where it was. That's one of our camera positions right there. And they had a fantastic launch. We'll let them get everything all secured and ready to go. The hybrid pads are right there, so the light winds this morning definitely making recovery a breeze.
Very easy.
Hey, no pun intended. I'll let y'all do your thing. I won't bother you.
All good.
Except I know I'm kind of loud.
You're all good. All right, what's my name?
It's team 146. I love that there's a phone number on it in case found.
You're being doxed right now. Can I take photos? We're on drones as well. Yeah, look up in the air.
Yeah, looks like my signal's good now that I'm out of the vehicle.
Every instant. Slap, slap, slap. The 3 instances in one hit. What happened? Taking a beating? Oh no. It's landed on a rock. Oh no. Ah, it's fine. Should buff out, right? We've landed on worse. Alright, we've landed harder. We've landed harder. If that's the only thing that happened, goodbye. Okay. Let's make safe. Let's move out. Let's make sure these parachutes stay safe. Let's connect the main upper section.
I had to get some pictures too, with our camera in the background, in case anybody doubts that it was at a rocket competition.
I don't know, it's super in the air. Well, sometimes. Sometimes it's on the ground. Usually now. Okay, so sweet. On the ground. Yeah, on the ground. We tried. I don't know, to rebuild our entire system overnight and still launch? I think that's pretty good.
A testament to our skill and ability.
Y'all are going to go again, right? There's still an hour left.
Oh yeah, surely. Keep going, why not? We have a ground, we have a second ground, we could launch again.
You could launch again? They need a rapid reusability challenge next year on the at IREC. Can you launch the same rocket twice at one event?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Nice.
We'll rise to the challenge. Last year, first solid ever. This year, first hybrid ever. Next year, first reusable within 2-hour turnaround ever.
Nice. It's aspirational goals.
Oh. Hey, if you don't push for it, what's the
Exponential,
point?
get better and faster and
It's not aspirational, it's exponential goals.
Are y'all going to put everything back in there, or you're disconnecting everything? Disconnecting everything.
And then we could put it in. Yeah.
I'll put the nose cone back on.
It's covered in black powder in there, so we'll keep it nice and clean.
Keep it nice and clean. Gotcha.
Plus, traveling internationally with black powder residue, we try to keep it to just the covers so we can easily clean them.
Nice.
We already had to wash that parachute, and that is an ordeal to wash a parachute.
No kidding.
It's very treacherous when you put your parachute on your clothesline and hope the wind doesn't come.
It's sort of what parachutes do, right?
Yeah, fly away.
They catch the wind, so.
Oh, good. That's better. There we go. All right, you're leading. Yep. Watch out for the bump.
If I turn around, I may not have as much bit rate. Yep, it's dropping. I'll walk backwards.
Easiest recovery ever.
A, you could drive the truck on a prepared, a little bit of a prepared surface, I guess, right to it. B, it's a couple 100 meters from the pad, like. And there we go. There's a rocket in the pickup truck. Live stream control, we'll go ahead and send it back to y'all. I'm going to hop in the Polaris, and I'm going to follow them to recovery. I don't know what my signal will be, but you're going to take it for judging now, right? Yep. I'm going to follow them all the way over there. So probably want to clear my signal while I'm driving.
Okay, and we are back in the commentator booth, and here I have Team 211, New Mexico State University, and you guys, I believe, are competing in the 30K two-stage category. You want to tell me about how your experience has been so far at this IREC?
It's been a rough challenge with our rocket. Lots of ups and downs in between. We've been looking at every component every single day, making sure the ins and outs of it are completely fine. But on my perspective, I've got to say it's been a lot of hard work into this rocket.
Of course. As a student, it's always hard from the beginning when you enter the challenge through the design process all the way until it's off the rails. So you guys are still yet to launch, but we're really hopeful that you're going to be able to get off this morning.
Yes, so we are hopeful that we will get off the pad this morning. We are looking for a good flight and just to see where we stand on this rocket, to make adjustments. I think that's the point of this. It's just to fly it and see how we can improve better for next year and the years after.
Of course. Students are always looking to not only have a great flight, but also improve their designs, improve your process, and have an even better flight next year. So you guys want to tell me a couple interesting quirks about your rocket?
So, interesting quirks about our rocket is that it stands at 18 feet in length. I know when we assembled it together at the convention center, it stopped and turned a lot of heads. A lot of people stopped and turned. That was an amazing sight.
Yeah.
We do have our payload exposed, so it goes from a 4-inch diameter tube to a square payload back to a nose cone.
Really? So it's just exposed to the airstream right on the top of your rocket?
Right on top.
Wow. And so how did you guys come to that design decision? Because that's obviously a lot different than most of the rockets we've been seeing out here. Usually they have the payload concealed in the airframe, but you guys have yours out for everybody to see.
So we're going to have a deployable payload this year, and instead of deploying a nose cone like we've done, we decided to change it up and go with a deployable, just exposing the payload at itself and just having the payload dispose of itself automatically.
Gotcha. And so where in the flight does that deploy? Is that at the very top? Is that at some point as it's falling down?
So it's at the very top when we come back at around after main deploys at 1,500 feet.
Gotcha. And so what are your guys' various roles on your team? If what's your role?
I'm an avionics specialist. However, I do primarily just assemble most of our PCB boards and stuff.
Okay, so your PCBs, what do those do on your rocket? Those are custom or off the shelf, or?
Those are custom made by one of our other team members.
Gotcha. And so, let's hop over to you now. What do you do on that team?
So I am in charge of the recovery system. the main system that should bring the rocket down safely.
Gotcha, gotcha. Is that a stressful job to have, or?
It is a very stressful job, as we've seen in the last couple of rockets being flown out the last couple of days. We've had some mishaps with the recovery systems in the last couple. So I think it's just getting the timing right and the parachutes folded properly to allow this to perfectly work in sync.
Gotcha, gotcha. And so, have you guys done a lot of practice runs in terms of integrating both your avionics, your PCB boards, and your parachutes? You know, in the couple of weeks or months leading up to this, or?
So yes, we have done many pop tests for our booster stage, and we just did one for our sustainer this morning, which was perfectly fine.
Awesome.
Just a final touches we have to double check with our channels on our Ravens, but other than that, I say we've done pretty well with them.
Awesome.
In terms of the PCBs, we've tested them constantly from the time that we've originally been putting them together. So they're ready to go.
Awesome. So, and how long have those been in development for? I understand it's quite a complicated process to design a PCB.
To my knowledge, probably over 9 months.
Wow, 9 whole months. That's very impressive. And for your parachute recovery system, do you guys make your own parachutes? I know there are some teams out here doing that, or do you guys purchase?
So no, we actually purchased our parachutes from Fruity Shoots. We go and purchase them.
Gotcha, gotcha. Awesome. Well, I'm seeing a car pulling up here. Maybe we might be seeing some more activity on the pads. Is there any other interesting features? Any experiences you guys have had out here other than just trying to get the rocket in the air?
Probably just the dust storm of yesterday evening. That was an experience in itself.
Yeah, so you guys were still out here when that hit.
Yes.
How was that? Did you guys all just get out of the site safely? Did you already have your stuff packed up? How was that?
No, so actually we were packing stuff in between that. So
Wow.
It was quite an adventure not to be able to see anything.
Oh. So it was an adventure not being able to see everything?
Yeah, no. It was just dusty everywhere. I did not kind of expected it. I saw a couple dust storms, but I didn't expect to be trapped in the middle of it.
Yeah, of course, of course. I don't think anybody came out here expecting that. And so, was any of your rocket damaged by the storm or anything like that, or did you guys get it back to the hotel or Airbnb safely?
We got it back safely. That was the first priority: get the rocket inside, make sure make sure our PCBs are fine, electronics, everything like that was the first priority to make sure.
Good, good. Well, that's very thankful that it got back safely. So now we're looking at the solids pads, and they're beginning to, it looks like, withdraw from the solids pads in order to clear the site, get all their avionics armed and their igniters inserted, and hopefully we should have this salvo ready to go pretty soon here. I also see that 2-stage has gone to a yellow flag, so maybe we'll be seeing Team 501 Toronto, who I believe is out there right now, getting up and off the rail soon here.
Okay, so looks like red at solids, yellow at 2-stage, and green at hybrid. So we've got the full range going on. Looks like our solids team are just doing the final continuity checks, igniter hookups and continuity checks. Maybe a bit of damage there to one of our igniter leads from the last launch. So heading past the ladders there, slowly back to their cars. It's been a long week for our team down at Solids, so if they seem to be walking a little slow, I think we can forgive them
Yes, yes, and they've already done a lot of that work packing up the solids pads, as you can see.
So yeah, there will be still plenty of work to do down there at solids and up here at the pits in the commentary area. So make sure you come on down to help us pack up the range. We can see a Mexican flag there. Let's get some Mexican flags in the chat as well in the back of that car as they head out past the red flag back to the back to the pit area.
I was walking around the pits yesterday, and I think I saw the most Mexican flags hanging in the pits. They're coming out in force this year.
Got a bit of reverse going on there, a bit of precision driving. I go back around and a super chat. Andrea Furlan just doesn't sleep on the super chats. Let's go Toronto. They're out there on the 2 stage. They're at yellow flag. So they've been working hard all week, and we're really excited to see. And here we go. We're cruising up on the 2 stage with the drone. We're really excited to see the result of their hard work launch. Shout out Met Rocketry and Isabel, Andrea Furlan, Isabella, pardon me, is all right, and there's a shout out, a super chat for Team 501, so thank you as well, Isabella. Carl won't do it. He's too shy. Shout out to James. Your girlfriend and your family love you. So I think that was a super chat too, so thank you. We love the love that isn't free. We love love that has financial commitment attached.
It's the best kind of love, they say, I think.
The more of that kind of love we get, the better outcomes we can have for students.
Well, the closer we get to our super chat goal, of course.
$2 million to shave the mustache.
Yep, we're chipping at it one year at a time.
1 year. I don't know if these ads yearly.
Well,
year on year. I need to see a contract here.
It was a bit ambiguous, so we can hash that out with the contract lawyer.
Okay, so we're up here on the ladder, arming the rocket. All right, we've got another shout out to Toronto. They are working hard, but I don't think this is Toronto. This is down at solids on the ladder.
This is Toronto, Metropolitan University.
That is. That's on the 2 stage. We got.
That is definitely a 2 stage.
Yeah, Canadian flags
And
on the arms. We're up on the ladder, arming the booster. So shout out Toronto. Thanks for all the super chats and good luck for this flight. It looks like he's got the booster armed as well, so we'll be moving now. We'll take that ladder away. If there's nothing more to arm. Shout out to the ladder. And we'll be installing the igniter.
So like that might be an aluminum ladder.
All right, folding that step ladder there and laying it down to bed. We've seen a few rockets put to bed down at the 2 stage with the blanket as they assemble the sustainer. Today it's the ladder that's going to bed in the dust.
Yes, and pretty soon they'll be ready to insert their igniter and be out of there and in the air.
Okay, there's someone moving fast there. Fast towards the porta potty, I think, actually. Bit of a run.
That's the flag. Of course, they're at yellow flag.
Okay, we're hearing from 2 stage right now in my flight network radio. All right, 2 stage red flag. So they're about to install the igniter here on Toronto. Shout out. Team, is it 501?
Team 501 from Toronto. Big shout out.
I think we've also got some teams coming back in from the solids pads, coming through behind us. See that Yagi antenna held up in the air, trying to maintain that GPS lock.
Of course,
back
very
to the pad.
directional.
So I think we might be about to see not only a salvo of solids, but also a two-stage. So as a bit of an insight into the range safety operations that are going on here, I've just had on my flight network radio the range safety officer calling to our mission control center for recovery, letting them know that the flag status is changed for the two-stage and also that we're about to launch on solids. So now the MCC can make sure that there are no student teams out on recovery in spots where a rocket might come down ballistic.
Of course, that's very important. We got to keep everybody safe here, no matter the outcome of the flight. So.
Speaking of being safe, this is your regularly scheduled hydration reminder. Get some fluids on board. You need to start hydrating early. It's quite hot now. And I think we're going to Das, who's covering the inspection process for the... No. Never mind. We will check back with Das in a minute. He's going to follow RMIT through the inspection process. They've recovered the rocket. We will check in with him soon.
And of course, then we'll go to them hopefully for maybe a quick interview.
Yeah,
after.
we'll be grabbing RMIT after Das is done with them, and they've got their recovery judging done. We need to get an interview. Getting a bit of a wave over there from the Monash team. Brahm and Dustin back from hybrids. Okay, now we're going to DUS with the RMIT recovery team.
All right, as soon as y'all tell me I'm live, I will explain what's going on here. Oh, good deal. I'm apparently live, so continuing to follow Team 146 from RMIT over here. They have recovered their beautiful looking rocket, and they are bringing it in for post-flight data capture. They already checked back in with the recovery team, or the recovery HQ, I guess you could say, and put all of their radio backpacks back, and now they are going to go and talk about how their flight went and show the rocket. And real quick, I'm going to have to see how my signal is in this tent, so I will just try to get out of the way. And let me flip around and make sure I've got signal in here for y'all, because I don't know. Actually, I have to put the camera down to do this. There's a table. That'll work. All right. Usually we'll go around and check. Oh yeah, we have signal. We have 10,000. Nice. Sorry, I am running solo, but usually we'll check what's going on and make sure that we can stream from a place before I promise that we can stream from a place. But here we don't really have the opportunity to run to every location. Vehicles, tent structures can block us sometimes. Let's see if we can't listen in.
So happy that worked.
Yeah, gotcha. I don't want to bother them. Let me step back a bit so I don't interfere with the process. On the one hand, I don't want to shove the camera in their face. This is why they came out here. So this is not about the live stream here. And running and gunning, I didn't bring lavs or anything like that to try and mic them up. But here, I will see if I can get a little bit closer. We've just got 2 judges from Ezra. Just 1 judge, maybe. And going through all the different parts of the rocket, seeing how the recovery went. Is the chute in good shape? Are the lines in good shape? Already walked down the body of the rocket to see how the body was. Did it sustain any damage? How are the fins? How's the nose cone? That sort of stuff. And then talking through some of their procedures and status of things right now. Again, not trying to shove the mic in anybody's face or anything like that. But back here at the recovery tent, again, our MIT, Team 146. Looks like he's showing a video of the team cheering there. But the rocket looked beautiful when it was on the ground over there. The chute was well oriented. It wasn't even snagged on bushes or anything. It looks like we're going to spread that out and have a look at it to see the status of the chute. But it was on clean terrain. Sometimes you get out in the scrub, the chute will get torn up, it'll snag on stuff, the winds might be high and sort of really tear that chute up. But here, super light breezes this morning, nice clear area, actually landed in the prepared area, like graded area next to the hybrid pad over there, and chute's in fantastic shape, honestly. Look at some of the other parts here. Sorry for the... There we go. Some of the linkages and connections. And live stream control will tell me if they can actually hear what I'm saying. I almost have the back of the camera in my mouth so I don't have to talk too terribly loudly and interfere with their process. Looking inside now. Was there any damage with the ejection system that separated things? We go down to the other end again. So we're going to look at the fins. Just a full walk around. Honestly, y'all, this rocket looks like it could fly again. It is a good looking rocket. I do have need to have a bit of a chat with them about the color of their rockets. Out here in the desert where greens and browns are your typical colors, I like a nice orange rocket. Hot pink. Copy. Like, I don't really want a camouflage rocket or a camouflage chute. I want a... Thank you. Oh, yeah. I thought you said they were already back with the hosts. I'm going to keep hanging out with them over here, and we'll send you back with the host to figure out what's going on with the remaining launches here on the last day of IREC 2025. Back to you. Yeah, I apologize. I thought you said they were already back with the hosts. I'm still live. Well, apparently I'm still live. Again, folks, out here with a very small team. It's not a...
Oh my gosh. All right, so we're being messed with by our production team. I want chat to know this. Yeah, I know I'm live now, guys.
Matt Ryan's being a little goofster.
A little goofster, per usual. We're almost done here with the live stream today. It's 9:08. We're going to close out at 10, and we got one more solids pad, I think, ready to go. Looks like the flag is red, and we have rockets on the rails. I know one of the teams to the left of me, Houston Community College, and they're one of our few community college teams who, I believe, the first team to go to 30K COTS.
Wow, very impressive.
And I did make some promises to them, so hopefully their rocket does well, or in my case, I hope it doesn't, because yeah, I made some promises.
And what do you mean by that, Brom?
Well,
maybe close to a super chat donation goal previously, or
some other things. You know, if it comes to it, it comes to it, and we'll see there. But I will say we are getting close to the end of the live stream. I believe we will still have a stream going for the award ceremony as we do in the years past.
But the live stream team here has been working tirelessly to get this
Around the clock.
production around the clock. We've been here every day with the students, getting it ready, so that the people back home can see what they've been working on to really showcase and highlight the team's exceptional work, and to really make them proud. All right, so what we got going on with our drone shots? Looks like we have one rocket on the rail that we're looking at right now.
I believe this is our two-stage pads, Team 501.
Team 501. Okay, well, I forgot we have one more two-stage, right?
Yep, we have one more in the 30K two-stage category.
Beautiful.
Two more left. Only one at the pads right now.
Oh.
Of course, we have Toronto, Team 501, out there at the pads, that red flag, ready to go. Then, of course, we have Team 211, New Mexico, who's still in our student prep area, but we're really hoping to get them out there and get them off the rail before we're done today.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I believe that the teams have to recover their rockets before 10 a.m. to get recovery points. So that they're coming up right under the gun. So hopefully the teams who launch today will be able to quickly get out there, get their avionics bays, and get them back for final review before 10 a.m. before our judges have to actually head back up to Midland for final deliberations.
Yes, but for a lot of teams, sometimes the points are of course very important, but the real fun of it is launching the rockets and coming out here and making sure you can make it all work and going out there and getting it. So the teams that get cut off for the recovery, it's sad, and we really wish that everybody could get all the points that they deserve, but logistically, it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, sometimes it's a lesson learned, as many will learn by coming out here. There's a lot to learn, not just on the technical side of getting and building your rocket, but also just getting it to launch,
getting it all ready. Showing up with the rocket ready to go is, there can be issues earlier in the year. There can be issues 2 days before they pack up the truck to come here. So
yeah. A lot of teams will come out here and they'll have these last-minute issues that just didn't exist a month ago when they were getting their rocket ready, and so they have to think quickly, get creative, figure out a solution, problem solve on the spot, which is that's also part of the challenge. That's the last minute little fixes that make you really think, really push you to your limits of your engineering experience.
I'm sure as a former competitor, Bram, you had your handful of those, and I know I did too when I was competing, and it's just part of the competition.
Oh yeah, those late nights. We've been here with very little sleep before, and I know a lot of the teams they've stayed up all night sometimes just to fix the little problems that come up, and that's what happens sometimes. So, but the big important thing, like you said, what really will make it worth it, even if they don't get points, is just to be able to launch, to show off and really finish the project that they've been working on.
And prove that it works.
Yeah. The final test, as they say.
Yes.
The final test.
Yes.
So we got still circling our two-stage pad. This is our team from Toronto.
Yes, Team 501 from Toronto.
We have a lot of support in the chat for them.
And it sounds like we are going to a solid salvo first, if we could. This appears to be...
I think this is Team 206, if I'm reading that number.
206, that's Houston Community College, our 30K COTS team.
30K COTS team.
Trying to get their live video up and running off to the side here.
Hopefully they get that also.
They're going to be, it sounds like, maybe our first rocket in this solid salvo. They're on pad A1.
Well, they picked up frequency.
And behind us we have Team 175, University of Louisiana, Lafayette, pulling up to the student viewing area, ready to fly their rocket. Also in this salvo, they'll be in this same salvo, and then the final team, I believe, should be Team 125, the Instituto Politecnico Nacional Campus, Guanajuato.
All right.
Yeah.
Final couple teams here. All right, and we're looking really good.
And we have two live video, it seems, in this salvo of 3. So it's going to be great for the viewers at home. Assuming they can get it to work, they can pull it off.
Oh, this is the video. This is the video from the rocket. What we're looking at right now is
This is
from
live.
their rocket.
Yes, this is being
this
piped
great.
in live.
Team 206.
And so with these 3 solids and the 1-2 stage that we have out there, that'll make a total of 134 rockets launched so far this week.
That's a ton of rockets, guys.
That is a ton of
That's
rockets,
crazy.
an IREC record, and perhaps a rocket competition record over the entire world.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. This is one of the biggest rocketry competitions in the world.
We got a super chat from Andrea, Dr. Andrea.
Dr. Andrea.
Again, always in the super chats.
For Team Toronto, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, we appreciate the kind words. Matt Ryan has been absolutely killing it, and you're going to have to discuss that with Isaac personally.
Alpha 1, Team 206.
And first going up, we have Team 206, 30K COTS.
This is a 30K COTS.
And they have live video, so hopefully we can get that. They're going off pad A1.
And let's check the sky. Sky is clear, pad is green. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smoke, liftoff.
There we go.
There they go.
Do we still have live video? Awesome. Let's see. 30,000.
And of course, that was on another 5500X.
Still have good
this
link.
was a perfect boost. We
We're
are
still
looking
getting
for
data.
a event at Apogee.
$28,000 feet. That's what we're hearing.
And we got an event.
Maybe a main.
Maybe either a big drogue or a small main at Apogee.
Oh, 36 feet per second. That sounds like a main.
And I think we have confirmed to be in an Apogee.
Clearance to move on, but next up will be Alpha 4.
It's going to be a long walk.
Alpha 4175.
Join that glizzy. What? Yeah. All right, one team 125 on the rail, ready to go.
All right, we have clearance to fly Alpha 4, Team 175. This
Of course,
is
the
University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
Sorry,
Lure to fly
175.
10K COTS to 10,000.
We have team 175, University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
Paratech White Lightning.
White Lightning. All right. Should be an interesting flight. They've got some funky fins.
We have a green pad, and we are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smoke ignition.
Nice, clean, straight up, good tracking trail.
Beautiful
That's-
boost.
Beautiful boost.
Beautiful boost. You gotta love that.
A lot of love it. Very nice. Very, very nice.
And now we're just
Looks
looking for a
like-
drogue.
I see it arcing over. Wonder. Oh, losing.
Sorry, Mav. I'm staying in the seat right now. Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like we might have a drone. Let's watch that replay. That is a little bit to the right. Maybe we'll get a replay.
And
maybe send the replay. There we go.
There we
Beautiful. Oh, great shot.
a little bit of an arc, and then it just goes like
Great
a bullet
track.
straight up.
Very nice, very nice. All right, well, it looks like our Houston team, they're still tracking it. They're definitely under main. They're going to have quite a walk. And unfortunately for me, I'm going to have to shake that thing. It was a promise I made to the Houston community.
To the people.
College team and to the people. So we'll get that a little bit later once we finish up this salvo.
All right, we're about
Close to the end of the stream.
The last
But
flight from the salvo. Solids, Alpha 3, T125, just waiting for a quick...
And next up on Alpha 2, we have Team 125.
We'll be going Alpha 3, Team 125. This is the Instituto
The Condacova Rocketry Club.
Oh.
Instituto Politecnico Nacional, Guanajuato. The Condacova Rocketry Club.
all right. Next rocket, 125.
It's a 10K shot to 10-300 on an Aerotech M1939 White Lightning. We'll be launching in 1 moment.
So another
All
10K
right.
COTS. Team 125 going up pretty soon here.
All right. We're holding for a second.
They're the Team 125 going next year. They're the from the Instituto Politecnico Nacional campus, Guanajuato.
Guadalajara, Mexico.
Of course, the
All
right, here we
Condacova
go.
rocket team.
Guys are clear. Bank is green. Going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Smoke.
There we go.
Ooh, very nice. Very clean. A little wiggle there.
A little bit of a wave.
A little bit of wave, a little wiggle.
Little wiggle. Just
But
like Ron.
otherwise, good, clean, straight flight. Arcing over. And this one might be coming in hot.
We got a ballistic coming
We
in.
do got a ballistic one.
Ballistic coming into the northeast. Keep your eyes on it. Keep your eyes on the sky.
These ones are pretty hard to get. Uh-oh. Oh,
And it just
and
touched
we hit
down.
it. Touched ground. Oh, yep, there it is. I see that little smoke.
A little bit of a dust cloud.
Our own little dust devil.
Well, you hate to see that.
All right,
You really do.
down now.
You really do. Yeah, I know the team's going to be a little disappointed, but hopefully they'll learn something from it and come back next year.
And kill it.
Kill it, exactly. You learn a lot from failure, and sometimes it's the hard way, but
We have our
you
solids
learn a lot.
pad lead coming right behind us here in the commentator booth.
I think we have one more team out here on the solids pad. Nope. We're going to 2-stage.
So that was the last of our solid salvo here, and we're going to 2-stage. Going 2-stage, Team 501, Toronto Metropolitan University.
Toronto.
Let's go. We've been getting some love in the super chats. It appears we might be waiting for a GPS lock from them. So we're just kind of sitting tight.
here to my left. Trying to also do a live video challenge. So this year, as many students might not know, we started just last year the live video feed challenge that has student teams transmitting live video from their rockets during launch and during the entire operation of it. And this was a new challenge last year that only a couple teams did. And we got I think a couple video submissions, but this year we've had so many student teams try to compete in this, and it's been pretty tremendous seeing some of the feeds that we're getting, the data that's being streamed down.
Incredible. I mean, the number of teams that we're seeing come through here, and at least give it a fair shake at it. I mean, I think we had 2 or 3 attempt last year, but it was a new thing, and so we weren't really expecting all that many to be ready. And I think a lot of teams saw some opportunity to win some awards, get some recognition, and they wanted to go for it. And so that's what we love to see.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard for our judges to, I think, look at all these videos now, because they do have to now look at all these videos and make a decision on what team they really want to award it to.
Well, that's good. We like those hard decisions. We want to make sure that that the students are putting in all their effort and giving us those tough decisions.
Yeah, very much so. And I know, as technically speaking, it's not an easy challenge. This is something that even real companies struggle with. There's very few companies that are able to downlink their videos from their rockets.
Yes, it can be quite difficult.
All right, here we go. Let's go Toronto.
We have Team 501 at the 2-stage pads. They are going on a, I believe, an O5500 to a Aerotech 1419 White Lightning.
All right, on the 2-stage pad, we have Team.
And they have a gimbal stabilized camera on their rocket for their live video, so hopefully that'll be nice and smooth.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we can see any of the live video feed right now.
We're looking at their rocket on the pad here.
To an M, and this will be going off of Foxtrot 2 at the 2-stage, Team 501.
And I will shout out our sponsor, Protospace.
Those beautiful rails.
Those beautiful rails. Those beautiful 2-stage rails that they helped us create this year.
All right, skies are clear. Pad is green. We are launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Oh,
and a good boost.
Good boost. Lost a little bit in the sun.
Went right through the sun for us. We're looking for a sustainer ignition.
And we're looking up. Unfortunately, the rocket did pass through, right through the view of the sun, so. Oh, we do have an event. Someone's pointing out to an event.
On one of the stages, not sure which one yet. Sounds like we have a fail to ignite.
Ah, there it is. Right up there. Very nice. Not sure if that's the sustainer or booster.
I'm getting word that might be the sustainer with a fail to ignite, and then they just pop the chute.
You know, it's not unheard of. Its 2 stages are incredibly difficult to do.
Very finicky, for sure.
Very
Especially
finicky.
to get that sustainer ignition. It can take multiple flights, multiple attempts, and it's solving a lot of tricky, difficult challenges.
Yeah, there's very few teams who do it. It's one of those technical challenges that, without a lot of experience, can really bite you.
It can, of course. Oh,
It looks like, we had a little
Okay.
live video.
Just a sneak preview.
Maybe.
Or post view.
with that second stage, I think the pads are clear right now. So
I believe so.
I know we have one hybrid team still trying to work on their rocket on the pad, trying to get it ready. I believe that's University of Calgary.
Yes, we have Calgary out there, and of course we also have Team 110 Chosun University all the way from Korea, trying to launch their solid. Now they have a solid rocket motor, but they have their compressed gas reaction roll control system, and so for that reason they're out on the hybrid pads with Paul, our hybrid lead.
Okay, very cool. I'd be really interested in talking with them.
Yeah.
That is a pretty impressive system to have.
Oh, it's very complicated.
And
yes,
yeah,
yes.
I bet it's very complicated.
Looked at it a couple times yesterday as we were working through those safety reviews.
But pretty on par with, that's a system that's actually in industry, being used on rockets, satellites, and a lot of other systems like those.
Oh, yeah.
So it must be very, very impressive to potential employers to see students having already worked on this before even coming into an industry job.
I know they love that kind of experience with the liquid systems and liquid engines and maybe even some hybrids.
Yeah, no. That's the great part of the hybrids. Even though it's a really hard technical challenge, and it's not easy. There's a lot more than just getting a rocket to fly. There's a whole logistical challenge of getting it out here. That's a lot of other teams don't have to consider. But for that reason of being so hard, a lot of potential employers really look at those teams and say, wow, these are some of the brightest young minds out there right now, and really want to hire them. So
and they have all that experience, of course.
And they have experience.
And that's what matters.
Hands-on experience. All right. Oh, that's a beautiful room. Oh, wow, look at that. So we're looking at some replays of some rockets earlier in a couple launches. That was a beautiful.
It's RMIT, the COTS hybrid.
Oh, then that was a tough one. Really melted our rail right there. That motor blowing off its top, blowing out the top section of their rocket. And that actually put one of our rails out of commission, if I'm not mistaken. As you can see, those flame temps from these motors well exceeds the melting points of the metal that they're flying off of. It's quite impressive, and you can kind of see it smoldering a little bit also. Luckily, none of the other rockets in that salvo were damaged by that. But, oh, and that was the Maryland team. Beautiful. Hello, guys.
Oh, what a nice little spot here.
Sitting right in the shade.
All right, I guess I'm going. All right, we're still looking at some of the failures. We're still looking at some of the failures of some of the rockets that launched that happened this week. Some pretty spectacular failures. I know a lot of the people here were pretty blown away at some of the failures here.
I don't imagine how devastating it is
Yeah.
for the teams.
What do you guys think as the new IREC team coming out here with some of these failures?
I think rocketry is very hard. I know that we've had our own failures, and we definitely had failures of our own during this competition. Like we've had to overcome some massive issues, but we're very happy that we launched. But we're sad to see some of the teams didn't launch. But I'm sure they had an amazing experience coming out here regardless. I know that regardless of whether we launched, whether we succeeded or failed, the fact that we got out here and it got to the pad was a massive achievement for us.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear, and I'm glad you guys were able to get out on launch today. I know it's pretty difficult to get out, especially on the last day when you're really and
the pressure was
yeah,
a
the
lot
pressure's
higher.
on.
Yeah.
And the waiver for our launches, ends quite quickly. We're going to end here today at 12. I know we have some extra time with the waiver, but I think we're going to probably close it here at 12 to try to finish up. The waiver, legally speaking, we could keep on launching till the end of the day, but we have a lot of volunteers here who need to get back home. I know a lot of teams also want to get back home.
Yes,
they want to go to the award ceremony back up in Midland, so they got to drive out.
Hour drive away.
Hour drive away. Well, for me, it's 2 hours. I got to take this box truck over here, and it only goes 65 miles an hour.
That's right.
And for the viewers at home, the highways out here in Texas, as you guys might have learned,
quite fast.
Quite fast. Yeah. What have you guys been thinking about that?
Maybe 110 at the max, and out here it's like 120, 130,
And that's not miles per hour. That's
kilometers an hour.
Kilometers an hour.
So it was a weird experience driving out here. When we were going along the highway, and you realize just how fast you're going compared to the Australian speeds.
Yeah, so it's kind of fun being on the slow side of things as truckers pass you. Everyone passes you. I've never passed a car yet. So, but we all got to get back, and so that's why we got to close out the waiver today a little sooner than we'd like. But all right, so let's talk a little bit about your rocket, and I'll talk about your flight and talk about what you got in your hands right here.
So Brody's holding up our fabulous AVBay, which has 2 of our custom flight computers, which actually had a podium session on earlier in the week by our fabulous avionics team, which has been about 18 months in development and designed to be modular redundant. So you can have pretty much as many PCBs linked together as you like to increase your redundancy. So this flight today was a data gathering mission. Since it's still relatively new in its development cycle, we didn't want to put all our eggs in one basket and do recovery as well. But some successful flight data today adds to our database of data, such that the next flight we should be comfortable to go all in.
Cool. And tell us a little bit about your rocket for the viewers back at home.
So Legacy, which is what our rocket is named, is a hybrid rocket using a commercial motor called the M1000 Armageddon. It was almost entirely built by us. I think the only physical part of the rocket that wasn't built by us was the retainer that held the motor in. The rest of the frames all carbon fiber and fiberglass that was made by us using pre-preg carbon fiber. And this nice Radax coupler here, which makes assembling the rocket really quick. That's the only joint in the rocket, so we just bolt this together and the whole rocket can assemble probably about half an hour, which makes our lives a lot easier. But yeah, the only other things that are commercial with the recovery stuff.
That's really great. I love composites.
And the 2 flight computers that we had to have, of course.
Yeah, of course you have to have. All teams have to have COTS flight computers on board. They are allowed to make their own, but they must have at least a couple COTS flight computers on board, so everything's fair when we come down to giving points out. Yep, and judging.
And I think the rocket is almost only half of our system as well.
Yeah, talk to you a little bit about the ground system. That was something I was impressed about.
Yes.
And a lot of other people were.
So there's pretty much 2 halves to our ground systems. The GSE component, which actually fuels the rocket for the hybrid engine. There's also our ground control station, which both were on display during our podium session, our poster session. Was very happy to talk to a lot of people around that. The GSE equipment has been a fabulous development from the propulsion team as well, and the control station has been a fabulous development, and it looks spectacular, although I'm a little bit biased. But all packaged in a nice little flight case so we can deploy it relatively quickly. Have a fabulous team of computer science students working on the front end, and an absolute champion of coding working on the back end. So it worked from the ground control side perfectly today. Quick deployment, easy integration.
All right, very cool. And so you guys were able to recover it?
Indeed. Rocket recovery was relatively easy. Rocket launch, not so much. So we were out here all day yesterday as well, troubleshooting some things, and over the last about 48 hours, we completely rebuilt our GSE electronic system.
I did hear that.
Yeah, so it was quite a feat of critical thinking from the whole electronics team. We had some radio communications issues as we painfully build everything ourselves, although great engineering experience often leads to, particularly radio, some challenges to overcome. So we had an alternative PCB which was originally designed for our emergency stop system. So if our main controller were to fail, we were able to kill power to it. We were able to repurpose that and re-engineer it to control our solenoids to be able to fill and ignite the rocket. So a late night, very few hours of sleep, but some spectacular work done by the team to get that up and running in sub 4 hours.
That's really great. I know a lot of people out here. Your team isn't alone by being with very little sleep. I'm
Yes,
one of those
absolutely.
people also. I'm tripping over words, as we can tell. But let's talk one other couple of questions. So this is your first time being out here. How's it been at IREC and Midland in Texas? What's some of the thoughts beyond the speed limits on the highways?
Beyond the speed limits and the temperature, although we're Australians, we're from Melbourne, so one of the cooler cities. So the heat gets to us. Even during summer, we're not this hot. But it's been great meeting all the teams, everyone around the world, traveling. I've never been to America before, so it's spectacular to have the opportunity to come out here, meet so many fantastic people, learn how different people build rockets, and just experience the whole environment.
That's great. That's incredible. And
I think one of the most amazing things is the kindness of the people in Texas. There's such a level of politeness and friendliness that comes across from a lot of the people out here. A lot of people that we've interacted with. It's just been a really, really welcoming and nice community out here. Apart from the heat, which was not so welcoming, I've really enjoyed my first visit to America. I'm sure I'll be back many more times, but I think we're off to go around to see a bit more of America after this, up to New York and DC, and over to Nevada as well. So
that's great. You guys got the entire team's got to go a little vacationing.
Probably about half the team. Some of them are going to South America, some of them off to Europe. But I think the team's using this as an excuse to have a break after a long, probably 8 months of just non-stop work to get to this point.
Wow.
So I think a well-deserved break for the entire team.
Sounds like a very well-deserved reward.
Yeah.
You guys have successfully launched. You've successfully come here, and that sounds like a great, fantastic time. I guess the last little thing here, beyond going on vacation, it sounds like you might be back here at IREC next year. What's the prospects for you, Jonathan?
So I'm officially graduated, so being a part of a student team is not an ongoing conclusion, but the work that I completed both last year and this year, I started in rocketry last year after Brody and Pat asked me to join the team, and I didn't know what Apogee was or what Drogue was or absolutely anything. Walked into my first meeting absolutely scared, but back when I had sleep, which was a whole different world. But it's been absolutely fantastic to dive straight deep into the aerospace industry as a whole and this whole prospect. So definitely keeping my horizons open to see where the world takes me.
That's great. And you know what you can do next year?
You can absolutely volunteer right here.
Exactly. That's the plan. You can come back just like Isaac came back.
Absolutely. And all the volunteers here have been absolutely spectacular. I know we had a rather stressful day yesterday, a hybrid control tensor way down the end. So our live stream ingest point communication was a little bit more complex than I had originally proposed. But the fantastic volunteers here and the NASA spaceflight team really came in clutch.
Yeah, DOS, let's get in here.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic.
Get a little cameo.
This team is awesome.
Yeah, it's been a spectacular experience to meet the teams, the volunteers, the judges, everyone. It's just been, I couldn't think of a better competition.
That's great to hear. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, like a massive thanks to everyone that is here from the RMIT team. We appreciate all the work you guys have done, especially considering the start. You guys have done an amazing job to get this all running smoothly by the end of it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I know our volunteers are tired and exhausted, but we are so happy to have so many teams launch. We've had the most rocket launches from this competition and possibly, pretty sure, in any rocketry competition out there. So it's been amazing. And as the motto, our unofficial motto goes, it'll be better next year. So
bigger and better.
Bigger and better.
Amazing.
More big booms.
That's the plan.
So
I hope to see it next year.
I hope to see you guys back here next year, and hope we're going to check in with some activity on the pads. Thank you,
Amazing.
guys.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks so much.
All righty. Looks like we got some activity on the pads. I believe I've been told that we are burning a little bit of propellant from some motors that did not go as planned.
Had a couple of those.
A couple of those this week, which, you know, happens all the time.
When you're launching as many motors as us, you know, that's liable to occur.
You know, statistically wise, I think we're not too far off from the average.
On some motors, no. On some other motors, I think we might have deviated a little bit.
Maybe
but
a little bit.
That's what happens. Sometimes there's a bit of user error.
But you know, happens all the time in industry. You know, we look at our flights at SpaceX just down a bit in Brownsville, and you know, it's a lessons learned. That's how we learn as engineers. Sometimes failure and testing that's part of it. It's all part of it. So how we react and how we take lessons from that is part of this competition.
And right now we're looking at some of our solids pads volunteers just prepping the prepping. We just had our solids pads lead Erica Bovey walk into the frame there, handling the solids pads. Oh, and here she comes.
Here she comes. She could talk. She could talk right into the camera.
She
looks
that was
like
near miss.
I don't know my schedule. I'll probably be gone. You got me down there.
Let's see. I wonder what. Of course. So how are we burning this bit of propellant? Do you know, Carl?
If I had to guess, they're probably using a electronic match and my SD's launch controller in my car.
Ah.
That's how we did it earlier this week. So.
That is okay.
Yeah, and we have our propellant cleanup expert there in the red hat, Andrew Bean. Shout out Andrew Bean, formerly of the Maryland team. He was, I believe, one of their chief engineers last year, and now he's come back to help volunteer like me and you, bro.
Yep. Maryland team, big boom.
Big boom.
Big boom.
That wasn't his motor. But yeah, shout out Maryland and Andrew Bean.
So I have a quick question that maybe you can answer. Why do we need an E-match and well, maybe the SG's controller, or why not just use like a lighter or a stick?
Yeah, that gets at the root of something we care deeply about here, Brahm, and that's safety, right? And so we don't want anybody to be anywhere near that propellant when it starts to ignite, and so we use the E-match and the SD's controller to get a nice 20-30 foot standoff distance so they can be safely out of the range of any of the pyrotechnics there.
Now, I know it might be a misconception, but a lot of people, I think, out there might be surprised that AP or the motors, they're not explosives.
Now that's true for APCP once you turn it into composite propellant. But yeah, it just burns. It's just like burns just like wood, but a little bit faster.
Yeah, and so we're not going to see a big boom here. We're going to see just some flames, right?
We're going to see no big booms, and instead, we're just going to see a little bit of burning. It'll probably be quite bright, and it'll look a little flashy, but no booms.
No booms. So a little more like a firework. Cool.
Yes. It's only when you put the propellant into a motor that then you can get some booms, but it requires that pressure containment vessel, the casing that Isaac was talking about a bit earlier. So when you have propellant just sitting on the ground like this, it's not going to detonate.
Yeah, and it's also not too toxic, as I understand it. It's they've been obviously picking it up, hopefully with some gloves, I think. But it's not something that's cryogenic, toxic. It's maybe not great to eat or breathe in when it's burning. But
I certainly would not eat it, and I certainly would not breathe in the fumes. But the propellant itself, you can touch it. You can, it's not gonna jump out and bite you, as long as it's not a green propellant. But
yeah. Not gonna bite you. There is other types of propellant out there, though. This is an APCP grain. It looks like
that stands, of course, for ammonium perchlorate composite propellant, which is about 95% of the solid motors we fly here. The other portion being the sugar motors.
And let's talk a little. Oh,
here we go. And we get some flames and a lot of smoke. Looks like quite a smoky propellant. Oh, and we get a good
nice red.
Yeah.
And if I'm remembering correctly, the red is caused by iron oxide, right?
The red is in red propellants is mainly caused by strontium.
Strontium nitrate?
Strontium nitrate or strontium carbonate. There's actually two different oxidizers that you can use, and it's interesting because not only does the strontium nitrate or carbonate cause the red color, but they also act as an oxidizer just like ammonium perchlorate itself, and so you can kind of sub that in there, get your nice red color without losing too much performance. The other colors like blues, perhaps we've seen a number of blues. That's quite a common one.
Yep.
That requires usually copper compounds, which usually you lose some performance because you have to take out some of the fuel, some of the oxidizer in order to get the colorant in there. So yeah, reds are pretty beautiful.
Looks like we're covering it up.
You just gotta
making sure.
Sounds like the hybrid pads might be going to fill. Of course, on the hybrid pads right now we have Calgary and Chosun University 110 all the way from
Korea.
South Korea, and Calgary out from Canada, our neighbors to the north. I had to drive all the way down to our south, but you know what? That's the sacrifice they make to be here and launch.
And they have their own ground sport equipment. Very impressive ground sport equipment. It's a hybrid engine. They need it, but they brought down their own rail, all this equipment. What a drive to bring all of that down. I hope they had no issues getting down here.
Yes,
with all that.
Calgary, of course, have last year I believe they brought this same clamshell system we're looking at right now, and so what we're looking at here is a essentially like a foam cooler, if you know one of those from Walmart.
Yep.
That goes around their rocket as they are filling it with their nitrous, and it will they'll pump air conditioning into there in order to keep their nitrous tank cool as they're filling it, which means they can pack more nitrous in there and they can go even higher.
Awesome. Very, very cool. Yeah, we can kind of see those AC ducts going out, and I think if we get another shot there, you can maybe just pick out that there's an air conditioning unit on their trailer. Something you might put in your window.
Yes, the exact same thing, and then they have those foil ducts going straight into there, and then right before they launch, of course, the clamshell will open up. I believe those ducts will be disconnected. The clamshell will open up, and then it'll go.
Very cool. Well, we're almost getting out of time here for teams to launch, but the big thing here is just the big thing here is that people do get to launch even at the last moment, and they'll have some time. The range doesn't close just yet. The airspace might, but the range doesn't. So they'll be able to go out, hopefully, and recover it. In years past, though, we've had many a team launch their rocket, gets out into the desert, and they lost GPS, and
yes,
they,
yeah, previously at our last launch site, I think had enough rockets over the years accumulate out there that teams would be on recovery, and they would find a rocket that had been out there for a couple of years maybe, and we'd have to get it back to the teams that they originally came from. But we get to start a brand new graveyard out here.
Brand new graveyard of rockets out here. Now we have had some issues with the oil field workers grabbing it seems a rocket or two, but hopefully we'll be able to come back year after year and keep on finding the rockets out there, and teams who have lost them might be able to get them back if they, of course, keep coming or still want their rockets, of course. Let's see where
so we're still looking at Calgary here. They have a nice pop-up tent and the porta potty in case anything happens out there.
And we have a student out there working on the rocket. He's got a safety shield on, good safety. Seems working hard to try to get their rocket ready. I know they've been trying all this week to get it ready. So hopefully, with the last couple hours here, they're going to get it all ready and get it launched off.
Yes.
But I believe this is one of our final teams. We don't have a lot of teams here in the pits. Maybe some teams here to help us tear down the tents and tear down the live stream equipment and help us pack it up for the day. And that's a shout out to all teams. If you're nearby or you're still here listening into the stream, extra bonus points for teams to help us. Even if, with the cutoff for that, I believe, is at 1 o'clock. I've heard that.
Well,
for
I
bonus
think it just
points.
depends on when we're done packing up.
Yeah.
We appreciate the help, and if you're out here to help us, then we'll slide you some points your way. We also have, of course, our poker chips.
Poker chips,
little
yep.
tokens.
Little tokens, little rewards for coming out here. We really appreciate all the help and support we can get. Our volunteers have been here all week. We got in. I got in here Friday.
I was on site on Thursday.
On site on Thursday.
Over
wow.
a week ago. Yes.
Wow.
So
Yeah, over a week ago. So we've been out here in the desert, working hard, making
Almost
sure we
every
can get all
day.
these student teams out here to launch. And we've done, in my personal opinion, done a great job to get a lot of these rockets.
A handful of rockets go up today, and I think all of the rockets that want to go out there have been out there. So.
Yeah. So it's been great. It looks like we're tearing down our set right now. So we're getting pretty close to ending the stream. We're going to hold on, I believe, until we get Calgary either launched or...
Of course, Chosun.
And Chosun, yeah, to get these last two teams. Because we want to make sure that these teams, their support back home, especially the international teams, have the support back home, get to launch, and the teams back home get to see them launch. So we're going to keep on holding on.
Let's see some Canadian and South Korean flags in the chat.
Yeah.
For our last two flights here, hoping that they're able to get everything buttoned up on time.
And I think that South Korean team should be able to get pretty quickly off the rail. They have a solid rocket motor. So the real challenging part is that RCS system, the reaction controls.
Well, and that's not the only active control they have on there.
Oh, really?
Yes, they also have, I believe, some active canards on their rocket for maybe added.
This is a general announcement to
those
the
at
team.
home who
Any
might not know.
team that has not checked in at flight readiness, you need to at least go talk to them now. Because
to those at home who might not know, what are active controls and what are canards?
and you'll miss out. So if you are prepping a rocket, even if you're not ready to show it, go to flight readiness review now and let them know that you're working on it.
Generally, we're talking about aerodynamic. It can just be imparting any kind of force actively on the vehicle in flight. And so generally, some of the common ones we see here at the IREC are air brakes. And so there they'll either have some sort of protuberance or flap that extends in flight to add drag actively. Because of course, part of the scoring for the IREC is largely based on how close you get to your target altitude. So for 10K flights, that's 10,000 feet, 30K it's 30K, and 45 is 45. And so teams really want to hit that on the dot. So what they'll do is they'll add a little bit of a bigger motor, and then they will add that active drag system to kind of pull them down as they're in flight, depending on what their trajectory is.
Okay, very cool. Very awesome. 2 or 3 minutes, sounds like, before we're going to red flag on the hybrid side of things. Hopefully, that means we'll have a launch in a minute or two. I believe it's most likely going to be the South Korean teams. They look like they're almost ready. Looked like they were arming their avionics when we were just looking at them a minute ago. So hopefully we get off, and hopefully they can recover
Hopefully
also.
get both of them off.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. We always want all the teams that come out here to launch, and we're just doing our best to make sure that we can.
Okay, very cool. There we
Behind
go.
here-
Oh. Hybrids are on yellow now.
The hybrid pads.
So yeah, we're gonna stay on till hybrids go red and hopefully launch. We're good to keep on rolling here. Our teams are gonna try to start tearing down our sets, and we hope that any team out here that is still out here to come out and help us. We know we definitely would appreciate the help.
Yes, we always need some help,
Yeah.
and if they, the team ain't out yet, I'm not sure we're gonna be still packing up by the time you get out here. But we appreciate all the teams. There's already plenty of teams out here. to
Yeah.
help us break down.
We're seeing some teams right now helping us clean up the trash that is kind of spewing out from a lot of the dust storms that have been hitting us.
Our double haboob.
Double haboob.
One earlier in the week, one yesterday, of course.
Got to really make sure that we're keeping the area clear, not leaving anything that would heard anything.
Of course, we always want to leave the land where we don't own this land. Of course, we're borrowing it from a sponsor.
Landbridge.
Landbridge, one of our key sponsors for making this event even possible, and so we want to leave it as pristine as how we found it.
Yep. And I'll add on to that, all the sponsors that came out and helped us support this event. We thank them all. We really appreciate all the help and support from our sponsors that really make this possible. And I know they really love doing this, because it's not just about a competition. It's about helping students out here. It's about the students, helping them out here, making sure that they get the experience needed to really to exceed in their careers, to exceed in the skills that they've built, and to really help out. So
we just saw they're breaking down the solids pads for all. So we are, I believe we can confirm that we're done with solids for today.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I think we've launched almost all the rockets that we wanted to launch here today.
Yeah, and so far we've launched for the competition 134 rockets.
That's crazy.
And maybe we might just hit 136.
That'd be great. That'd be great. We had 143 teams out here.
Yep. So some had to go home a little empty-handed, but that's a lesson learned for next time.
Lesson learned.
A lot.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they learned a lot, and I'm sure they'll be back next year.
Good morning. If there are some teams here looking to offer some help, you can come by the registration tent. We might have a good project for you.
All right. So looks like our rocketry trailer is being brought back in. With one of our sponsors, Fiberglass, still pitched on there. Hybrid just went red. So it sounds like we're going to get ready for a launch here pretty soon. Hopefully we'll see both teams out here launch in a minute.
And of course we have Team 706 Calgary still trying to get out. Hopefully we'll be able to get them. It appears that they might be trying to get out of the Salvo 2 along with Chosun. If we're lucky here, they'll at least get a crack at it. It's really up to them if they can get it up and off the rail. With those hybrids, they can be real finicky sometimes.
Oh. And we have a little view of our solids pad. They're tearing it down right now. They're pulling off the rails. They're going to bring them back up. We'll store them here in our Connex boxes for next year. And sounds like maybe we'll have a couple more. And there's our back room. And then they disappear.
They're gone.
They're gone. They just like to.
They're
a little
real
high.
squirrely. They're
a squirrely bunch. They get the AC though.
I know. I haven't had AC all week.
The one building here that has AC is the live stream room, and so if you're a volunteer, maybe next year, I know our volunteers, a lot of them are out here in the sun, but the one volunteer group who gets to spend some time in the AC is the live stream team, and they look pretty happy. They might not get a lot of sleep, but they're definitely, their skin's a little whiter than the rest of us, or a little clearer, because they are just they get to stay inside in a nice 66 degree temperature. Well, looks like we're taking off some of the communication systems from the solids pad. We're looking back now at the Calgary team, the hybrid team, looking like they might be.
Yeah, Calgary's back out there. Seems like they might have had some sort of issue. And I
still wonder. They might pull back, let the Korean team go.
Korean team go, and then maybe try and get off in a second micro salvo here, right at the end, at the last buzzer beater.
And there's Erica, our solids pad lead.
Solids pad lead, doing a great job. I mean, those solid salvos were just ripping.
They were.
Yesterday and the day before, they were going out like crazy. So bad, in fact, that I think we had a backup at the recovery tent. But something for next year. Something
for next year.
There's always improvements.
Always
we are always taking student feedback.
Always. We'll look through the Discord. We'll look through the Reddit channels. We'll look through the comments on HeroX, the direct comments we get in person, or
check all the
emails.
Yep, all the angry emails.
All the angry emails. But I think we did. We got through. There was no backup in queues. We got teams out there as quick as we could. So we really want to thank a lot of our sponsors and Erica Solids for really pulling through and helping us out. We got our 2 stages who did really great. They got off for they were the first team off, which is pretty unheard of. 2 stages on the first day.
I
2.
believe last year there was also a 2-stage off, and my memory is not serving me right now. It might have even been the same 2-stage team. But those Germans, they're already so prepared.
They are very, very prepared. But I believe this year they went up to 45K, so they pushed themselves a little harder this year.
They did, and maybe paid for it.
Maybe paid for it. Their sustainer may have gotten a little damaged, but their booster, they got back their booster.
I was talking to them a day or 2 ago, and they are still out for recovery. They were still out for recovery yesterday, picking up all the pieces, and we appreciate that because it's a little bit too much of a task for us to go pick up all of the different rocket pieces for those field rockets. So teams spending time out there. They came out in the desert. 3.
Keep sharing for now. All right. So it looks like we still have 1 student out there on the Calgary.Hybrid pad. Looking maybe that they're probably a control box. And it looks like we have maybe a student or some students coming from the other team. Looks like they're getting to their car, running back and forth. Hopefully it's not a big issue, maybe just a little thing. Or, oh, no, they're just clearing the tents out of the way.
Seems like they are breaking down.
They're breaking down. They're getting ready. Oh, no, they're helping. Oh, never mind. They're just tearing it down. All right, I believe that's still Erica. Out at the solids pad. We got to get some teams out there to support her. She's all there, helping, cleaning them, breaking them down. If you were on the solids pad today, and you're one of the teams, try to go out there and help her. She did such a great job this week, making sure all you guys got to launch. So show your support.
Well, I think our operations might have been a little too fast here. I know teams generally, for the teams that have launched earlier in the week, they generally try and get here around 10 to 12, but we're already pretty packed up, and it's just barely hitting 10 here. So some of the teams might have, but we'll appreciate the help anyway. Teams, if you're coming, you should keep coming, and we'll get you your points and your poker chips in exchange for a little bit of help.
Yeah, we still have a lot of things to break down. There's still the RSO, the live stream trailer.
The live stream trailer is still a mess. Matt Ryan really has to go clean up in there. So hopefully he's working on that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there he's got to clean up. So it's just him. So you got to really help him out.
You know what they say, Matt Ryan, big messes. So that's just what they're saying.
Booms, big booms.
Big booms all week. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing from Isaac Sims, his flatmate for the week. So.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get him on the stream to ask him how has it been sharing a room with Matt the whole week. Oh, look at that! That is one of the NASA spaceflight cameras out there. They are also breaking it down. Their cameras. They've been so helpful. Oh, they haven't started breaking down yet. All right, so that means there's still time to support. Oh, we got Matt Ryan. I don't know what he's doing. He's coming on, maybe to scold me. We were asking how's it been. Well, we were going to ask Isaac really how it's been having you.
We really would rather talk to Isaac, but I guess we'll deal with you here.
Thanks, guys. The super chats will pay your bills, so I think the energy should be a little bit more gratuitous to all of our supporters. But yeah, it's been a great week. We've had plenty of launches. I think over 130. Is that right, guys?
That is true. 134 so far and counting.
Yeah. Hopefully we can provide. I know we said that we were only going to stay on till 10, but we are going to thin down our coverage. So you'll probably only see robotic PTZ shots and maybe 1 or 2. Well, probably only 1 drone, and you might have noticed that we have switched to just 1 camera in the commentator booth here, and there's been no interviews lately, so that's just part of our reduced coverage, but we still want to stay on as long as we can, especially since we know there's a lot of hard work that students have put out. So Isaac is not at his post, but he is the director of launch operations. And yeah, Brum, this is your 2nd year volunteering for the live stream team. How do you think this year went?
I think it's been pretty great. I think we've done a lot of lessons learned. I think a lot of people would say the production is getting better and better, and we've had a lot of great times in the chat. For me, I've really enjoyed it this year. You know, in the previous years, I started as a judge doing the judging work, which I'm still doing. The next year, I kind of helped you guys out a little bit doing the rocket tracking cam. Got some experience there. Very hard job to do. Very exhausting also, just being out here in the sun. You can't have cover over your head because you need to track the rockets. And this year, I've added in a little bit to the mix of not only judging, rocket tracking camera, but also commentator, meeting with the teams. I've really loved that. That is a lot of fun. I've been loving going out with talking with the teams, joking around with them, keeping the spirits high, talking with them about what they're working on, hearing their stories, getting to know them, which has been great. And then the actual really important job that I've been doing this year has been getting the FAA waiver called in every day, making sure we're in compliance, calling in the FAA for a little wayward plane that came overhead, and getting that set up for us. So it's been a lot more work this year than any previous year, but I've enjoyed it, and I think our live stream team has done an incredible job this year. It's really impressive every year, but this year I think we've really kicked it, and I'm sure next year is going to be even better.
Yeah, thanks. We really appreciate all the help, Brom, especially with the waiver. I know your shirt does say Launch Ops, FAA Liaison. There's probably been 15 to 20 calls from Brom to the FAA just to notify them of their operations, and that process started much earlier this year, not just in June, starting around January. And we were just taking a look at, if you're just tuning in now, you might be wondering why we're still live, because we said we were wrapping up coverage at 10 a.m. Central Time here in Texas. We are trying to stay on as long as possible, as there are several hybrid teams that are out at the pads, and the hybrid pad is yellow, so we will stick around till it goes red, hopefully, and then we're taking a look right now at one of those hybrid rockets.
University of Calgary. This is their I think their fourth attempt. They've been out here the entire week trying to get this rocket ready, and it looks like the students that were on there working on it have cleared out. Looks like the cars that were behind it have cleared out. So that's a good sign. It looks like there's nobody in the tent to the right, which there were a couple just a minute or two ago. And it sounded like we might have gone red at the hybrid pads, actually. So that's a pretty good sign. We have two teams out there, the Calgary team and I'm sorry to mispronounce the Korean team's name, so I'm Team 701.
Team 701, and also just one point of clarification on Team 701. They are not a hybrid, but they are doing active roll control with some pressurized systems, if I understand the situation correctly. And so we are, 110 that is. We are standing by for those hybrid rockets and that last remaining solid rocket, as we've got an angle here out at the PTZ, or from the PTZ, from NASA spaceflight. The last cameras you'll see from the stream will probably be NASA spaceflight cams. They are graciously supporting us this week, and there it is. We've got that red flag out at hybrid pads. So we will probably stick around with this continued coverage until that rocket launches, or if we realize that there's no hope of it launching before the range closes at noon. And so teams, they put in a lot of work to get out here. There's a lot of logistical challenges to make it happen, and so we want to give them the opportunity to be covered. But we do here at the out at the range, the Saragossa range. I think we're gonna rename it to the Black Hills Rocket Launch Facility. Thanks to Landbridge for providing us with this great resource to allow us to host this competition here. So we're checking in with hybrids. Basically, that's why we're staying on, because those are some very complex rockets, and the complex logistical challenges. So we want to make sure that those teams get the right coverage. But the team right now is tearing down the site. We've got students out here helping to clean up this whole operation really kind of exists and dies in a full week. So there's a lot of setup that takes place and a lot of teardown that takes place very rapidly. And we are really grateful to students who come out and help that teardown, because more hands makes lighter work. So the live stream is also sort of thinning down its operation to the bare bones to stay live. That means that was a great transition. That means the crew, it might just go down to Brom, or it might just go back to Carl. Actually, Carl, if you want to hop back in, I think I'm going to help wrap some of the cleanup work here, and give it back to Brom.
And if all right, I'm taking this off. It's dying a little bit, so I'm gonna also get this off because it's hurting my ear. I'm wearing these all day. It's really crunching in my ears. What?
Crunching you up.
Yep, crunching me up. It looks like, actually, I just saw out, we seem to have a couple, this is the last launches of the solids pad. I saw a rocket go out. I'm not sure if they're going to try to launch just before the waiver closes down. The competition part of this, as we said, all teams had to have recovered their rockets by 10 o'clock today. So the teams that are launching now, unfortunately, they won't be getting any points, but they will get the experience of launching, and that is also amazing.
Yeah, and it seems like we might have a salvo of 3 solids going out there, it seems. One last salvo right at the bell. And it seems like we have, I believe, unconfirmed reports of Team 188 Valor Institute of Technology, Team 125 Military Institute of Engineering, and then Team 128 Instituto Tecnologico
All right, we're about to
Hermosillo.
fly Team 110 Chosun University.
Okay, and we have Team 110 Chosun University on the hybrid pads. They're the COTS solid motor with the cold gas reaction thruster system.
Control system, so we want everybody out, everybody with eyes on it.
And this should be interesting, no matter the outcome.
All right, it looks like we've got the guys out of their cars on the road, so we're going to clear to launch one moment. All right, we are on Echo 1 at the hybrids for Chosun. We are going. Hold on. Sky is clear. We're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
There they go. And that looked like a good up.
That looked very good.
That
like it went pretty straight up. No issues, it seems. So that hopefully that cold gas thruster system is working well, and their active canards also is working well.
Yeah, it looks like they had a nominal flight.
Marking over. Uh-oh. There's an event. And it looks like a drogue.
Wow, congratulations to them.
Yeah, very much so. Congratulations to the team who came all the way out here from South Korea.
Chosun University.
All right, we have
Team
it coming in hot close to 2 stage, which has been evacuated.
And getting word from LCO, we might be coming downrange a little hot here.
Calgary still.
And it sounds like it is down.
All right, we're about to launch the University of Calgary.
And now we have Calgary, of course, their clamshell should be opening up pretty soon here.
I think we can catch that.
Very soon.
Catch that on the live stream. That, of course, keeping their nitrous tank cool as it's sitting there waiting to be launched. Out here, it's going to be about 108 today, so quite toasty in our Permian Basin desert.
Yep. Very cool. Very, very hot. We had a little rain a little north of us, but unfortunately it did not rain out here, so it's still pretty hot and dusty out here.
Calgary is
yeah, that rain does a pretty good job of keeping the dust down. Unfortunately, sometimes our roads can't always take it, but, you know.
Let's see. Should be getting ready in a few minutes here. And we should see, the first thing we'll see is that clamshell box open up just before they launch.
And maybe a couple of their disconnects for their fill as well.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see, but we should be able to also see some of the disconnects that are filling this the vehicle, released from the rocket just before takeoff. And you can see back there, actually, this is a good shot. You can kind of see the air conditioning system that is keeping those propellant tanks nice and cool. Quite a nifty idea.
Yeah, and they've been doing it for at least since last year, and if I recall correctly, they might have even had it out the year before. Calgary, of course. Yeah, been doing hybrids for quite some time now, I believe.
Yeah, they're pretty well advanced at it, and it's a pretty advanced system. So
maybe need to work on their launch cadence a little bit, but
maybe.
But, you know, there's a lot of mitigating factors that could have been causing that are totally out of the team's control.
That's true, and you know, it's everyone's first time out here in Midland.
It is a whole new set of challenges, mostly being weather related, but a little bit of site complications too.
Yep.
Of course, looking at that red flag at the hybrid pads, and then in the distance you can kind of, I believe, see that Calgary rocket on the rail there.
It's a great drone shot. Our last drone in the sky, hovering around, getting a great shot of the rocket just before they launch.
For all those teams working in the sun, make certain you stay healthy and hydrate.
And that's a reminder to the team still out here. Please, please, please drink lots of water. Stay out of the sun as much as you can. Make sure you're not doing anything dangerous. If you're overexerting yourself.
Yeah, especially helping us with breakdown. You know, there's a lot of heavy lifting to do. Maybe not with the live stream team, but I'm sure all the solid pads teams and the out there, they're going to be a lot of lifting. And so if you're exerting yourself, make sure you're getting plenty of water.
Okay, they've just been notified Calgary is 90% filled, and they're going to need a fast count. So everybody be ready.
They're 90% filled. This is going to be a fast count.
Get out and look at the sky for Calgary, Team 706, flying at the hybrids.
All right, we should see this open up pretty quickly then.
Yeah, it should be any moment now, really, once the fill is done.
Love that they brought out their own flag.
Yeah, we love teams bringing their flag to show off their country pride. You know, we love that.
Yeah, a lot of school spirit, very important. There's an award for that, so teams who really show up, show a lot of pride for their school and country. Adds a lot. Why don't we wait for a second? Looks like our solids team pad, our teams waiting to go to solids are still just holding out just outside the hazard zone. As soon as Calgary goes, they'll get back onto the rails and launch as soon as possible, right at the buzzer.
Yes, they will. And at this point, it's just about getting those teams to launch their motors, so they don't have to worry about disposing of it any other way, and they can get to see their hard work come to fruition.
Yep. Very important for a lot of the teams who come out here. I know in years past, sometimes teams have been left with a motor they never got to launch.
And especially those international teams, you know, you can't take that back home. That doesn't fit in the checked luggage. So.
And there's not a lot of teams who are gonna just go buy another motor after they just launched their rocket. So I have a conundrum to figure out what to do with it.
Yes. Yes.
It's dead. Yeah, it's dead. Mine's dead.
Mine's good.
Yeah, yours is good. My battery's low. Have on pad operations car, I believe. Driving down to the hybrid pad. Maybe. Do we have an update? Okay, well, just another minute. You know, that's the finicky thing about these hybrids. It's not exactly the same as our solids, where they're just on the rail. We push a button. We gotta wait till they fill, and they have to be ready. A little more temperamental. Okay. Well, as we wait, I hope we have a lot of love in the chat. I don't have chat open right now, fortunate, but I hope a lot of the team from Calgary has a lot of support in the chat right now. I'm sure they could use it as they get down to their final seconds before launch, and hopefully it all goes well. I know they've been hard at work trying to troubleshoot and fix all the issues that's been going on with their vehicle.
All right, we are 9.7 of a 9.8 fill, so it's very, very close.
Wow. Yeah, some of these hybrid fills just, well, like Isaac said earlier, they use hybrid minutes, not our minutes, so. They should be pretty close here. We just got confirmation from LCO that they are at
97 out of 98.
97 out of 98?
I guess.
9.7 out of 9.8 kilograms, so only 0.1 kilogram. How long could that take to get in the hybrid? Yep, they use hybrid time, so.
As we continue waiting, I would love to point out that, you know, for the hybrid team, they have a ground support system. This is Calgary's own rail, and ground support equipment is on the back. You can see the lines feeding the rocket coming out of the back.
Isaac.
But anyway, we also can see, you know, they have electronic systems, control systems on the back, tanks in that
Now that we're
leftmost
tearing
box.
things down, if you find items that will need to go to our lost and found, bring it up to the information registration area.
Then we'll
We
have some
a
of the
table
tanks, the
that is
nitrous tanks,
growing,
in there, and those will get through the feed system in that box right there, the smaller box right there that you can see some of the plumbing coming out of. Cooling box is open. Okay, that's really good. Seems like we're ready to launch.
Clam shell is opening. I think that means we have almost or a complete fill.
Yeah. Cooling box is open. I think the lines have been disconnected. It's hard to tell, but. Oh, maybe a QD is stuck. Little sticky valve.
The old sticky cutie. I mean, it'll come off, right? If they just
Oh,
say go,
yeah.
Surely.
Maybe one of our drones can go smack it off.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can see the vents, I guess. The ducts are just connected to the side there. I guess they don't disconnect.
Now, if they cannot get the quick disconnect to disconnect, they might have to scrub, which really would be a shame. We've been waiting. They've been waiting all week to launch. And although it might be a simple fix, unfortunately, we've run out of time for them to continue launching. So this might be the end for them launching if they can't fix it. And they'll just have to come back next year.
It'll be the end for them this year and a new beginning for next year.
Very well put. All right. Like we said, hybrid time, always a little longer.
Yeah.
You can see right there on the left, as our drone is zoomed in, left you can see one of the nitrous tanks, or that's going to be probably nitrogen, compressed nitrogen, probably using as a pressurization gas. Going through that leftmost box is a feed system that is providing the gases and fluids to the rest of the rocket.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Here we go.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
A little bit of combustion instability, but a great flight nonetheless. Straight up. What a sound. Oh, did you hear that?
That was worth the wait, people.
That was worth it. Woo! Those little burps right there then, that's a little bit of combustion instability as it...
I don't think there was a single second when that wasn't having some combustion instability, but you know what? They got off the pad and they got up there, so that's what matters.
Let's see if they come back down safely. And it looks like we have a parachute right above. That might be a main, but a little hard to tell since those are heavier rockets, so they might need a little bit bigger than the standard drogues that we see in a lot of the COTS.
They're quite heavy with those double pressure vessel tanks, you know.
Yep.
A lot of aluminum.
And unfortunately, we don't have the rocket tracking as we're tearing down the set. Like we said, we were going to end at 10, but we wanted to stick on just so we could get these couple last launches in. We have some great drone shots. The NASA spaceflight cams out there getting the launches just at the ground level, but unfortunately, we don't have the rocket tracking. But what we do see is my description of a nice, beautiful parachute and a nice, beautiful rocket coming down safely to the team back here on the ground, which is great. So with that being the last hybrid launch,
we have quite a few folks helping with cleanup here on
I think we're getting close to the end of the stream.
As I'm calling it.
See our
I'm just
team
going to name the numbers,
boxing up parts
that
of
I
our
have so
set.
far, and if you don't hear your number and you've been
The
working,
live
let
stream
me know.
trailer,
At the registration area.
doors open,
Team 134,
teams coming in and out, helping us tear it down. And I'll say to any other teams out there, please come and help us. There's a lot of boxes to load up into this Penske truck that I'll have to drive up to Midland
If you didn't hear your team
very
call,
slowly.
let me know. I want to make certain to add you to the
wouldn't mind a little. I think someone's gonna drive with me, keep me company, so I won't go crazy. Make sure I get there. But you know, it's a long drive up to Midland, and we'll just have. So after our launches today, our judges have already probably gone up. They're driving up to Midland right now, and once they get there, they're going to have our judges' deliberation. So that's where we'll get final scores from all the teams that have successfully launched, recover, and given data back to our operations team. Tally up the scores, make sure things look right, talk about some of the teams that presented during the presentation for their podium sessions, give out individual awards for certain other items beyond just launching. I'm forgetting things.
Such as the Team Spirit Award, and of course the Sportsmanship Award for teams that really contributed to making the launch a better experience for us as volunteers, as Ezra, and the other teams that came out here. Yeah, and then of course we also have our Bearman Award for whoever gets closest to their predicted altitude. That one's quite difficult to achieve, but you know, every year there's got to be one.
And I remember last year, I will say, I think I know who's going to win that this year. But last year we had some really, really close predictions from a lot more teams than you'd think. It's hard to get up to 10,000 feet. It's hard to predict where you're about to go on a rocket like this. But teams were pretty successful last year. I think our winner was 0.03% off, 0.07, something in that. It's definitely a 0.0, which was crazy. That's crazy. But I know the team this year that I judged, one of the Turkish teams, who's going to 10,000 feet, they hit 10,000 feet.
Wow.
Right on.
Wow.
Right on the dot. They were really excited. Wow. We had a little interview with them yesterday, and so they were really excited about that. They'd come out. For some of them, it was their first time being out here at IREC, and what a way to start off your experience in college rocketry.
Well, that's got to make them top contenders for 10K COTS as well. If they were able to get that close to 10,000 feet, I mean, that's incredibly impressive.
Yes. Yeah, it's very, very, part of the scoring system is related around how close you are to your predicted apogee, but also how close you are to the target apogee of 10,000 feet. So teams who usually hit that, and teams who hit the predicted and hit the target right on, usually come out top contenders. Very, very likely that team might end up winning the 10K COTS category. Won't want to jinx it for them, but that'd be great.
Yeah, now we're just looking at more of the solids pads, breaking down their rails. I believe we have 2 of our volunteers here, and not much else.
Now, I believe we have 3 teams still going out to the solids pad. We're probably going to leave 3 rails up as they get those rockets loaded, and hopefully they'll get off before our waiver closes at noon today. But you know, I think some of these teams, no matter what happens, they got out here, they've gone the long distance, they've done a lot of work, and they should still be proud that they've accomplished so much. It's a hard competition. They don't call it rocket science for nothing.
And of course, the most important part is seeing your hard work pay off and learning something, of course. And any awards you win along the way are that's a bonus.
That's a bonus, you know. And talking about bonuses, if anyone wants to come by the commentator booth, we still got some poker chips to give out. I'd love to interview a team that just launched, have a little last-minute interview. And oh, there you can see a couple of the rockets. Oh, and there's our production team. Hi, guys. Oh, all right. And there's us.
There's us.
There's us. Our little beautiful mugs. And there we go. Back to the pads. As you can see, another rocket on our rocket truck. I forgot what it's called. Gonna lose a little memory here. End of the day, as we get close to it. There's nobody talking. Sounds like we're going with these solids still. There should be a couple in those trucks behind us. And there we go. Yeah, you can see the teams. They're tearing down most of the solids pads. We're still gonna, I believe, get these last couple teams on. There we go. Oh, and look at that. Rocket right on the, 2 rockets on the rack. I didn't even see the one on the back. Team 188. Is that 2 8s? Team Samard from India. Not sure which college they're from, but Team 188. That means it's a 10K COTS category. And hopefully, looks like, yeah, they're taking them off the racks. We're going to get them on the rails as quick as possible, I'm sure. Get those rails vertical and try to get them off. And I'm wondering what the other team on the back side of the trailer is. And there they go. Off the rack and onto the rail.
Please report to the registration information area. Thank you.
There's Jimmy. One of our volunteers and one of the many FORs, flyer of records for teams. So it might not know, a lot of the teams out here require a flyer of record, a level 3, AAA level 3 certified flyer. And so we have a lot of level 3 certified members in the U.S. Support a lot of the international teams. And they come out here, not just for 1 or 2, but sometimes even up to 10 teams, supporting them, guiding them. So we want a big thank you to all those flyers of records who've come out to support a lot of these teams. I know it means a lot to them to see all the college students that they get to help and get to see these rockets fly. All right. Getting on the rail. What?
All right, thanks. As you see, we're still sliding rockets onto the rails. We are continuing our wrap up here at the launch site. The live stream team is going to continue to attempt to stream, but in a reduced fashion. So we are, you'll no longer have our commentators outside. We're going to move that back into the production booth for an even reduced set of shots. But we'll still have the drone coverage. We'll still have the NSF pad cams that are providing great coverage. So this will be the last footage you see of the Saragossa Desert with someone looking in front of you. So back over to you, D, in the production room. Thank you for your help.
One last thing. I forgot to do this for the Houston Community College. I got to...
Okay, I think that's what the super chat's paid for.
I think that means it comes back in here right now. Yeah, I don't know. Can you all hear me? I guess you can hear me. Lovely. So we're going to take a look at the solids pad once again because people are loading rockets onto rails. We had what we thought was the last salvo of the day. However, they are back up and running once again. So you can see here we've got a Condor Mark 1 from Team 124. Let's see, what else do we have? If we hop over, we can take a brief look over at the hybrids pad. You can see where the one launched just a bit earlier today. Oh, and we are going vertical on that rocket from Team 124. Car keys, yes. Here you go, Das.
I'm moving the car to help pack stuff up, so I need the car keys.
This is quite an interesting set. I'm currently switching all the cameras and I guess commentating. And I'm also giving directions to camera ops. And the car keys. Yeah. So This has been an interesting show. Shout out to the NSF folks in the background. We've had several different people hop in here. Jay's done work. We've had Kevin do a ton of work. We've got Pizza doing so much. We've had Jake and Roger. So I am also definitely forgetting people. We have, of course, Das out here. We've got a wonderful team that's been helping put these together. So huge thank you to everyone who has been helping make this happen. Going to camera 17, that's positioner 1. And it's just me, so I also don't have a headset in my ear, so we're just taking a look. Of course, we've got the green flag over there on the solids. We'll see it go yellow once they get ready to put igniters in, or yellow before arming and red before igniters. Am I right with that? They're yellow when they're going vertical. Yellow going vertical, red for arming. All right, there we go. That's an experience I don't have. This is my first time actually out here at IREC, and it has been a wonderful experience. So it looks like we've got just 3 more launches today, and it is going to be a busy afternoon for the volunteers out here packing everything up. Coming back to another few views. I know the operators are here. Feel free to get some close-ups. I currently have positioner 1 live. Go ahead and get some super close-ups with positioner 2. Now that it's the end of the stream, y'all get to hear all the direction. All right, coming to positioner 2. Go ahead and do a slow tilt up that rocket. That's a great shot. Blue origin removed before flight tag. All right. Going back to positioner 1. And you can see they're putting up those placards with the team name, university number, all that. Oh. And of course, photos. As a videographer, a very important part of all that. Wait, Das, you want to be on camera real quick?
Sure.
Anything to say to the stream?
What's up, stream?
All right. This has sort of become a slight bit of a takeover from us two, because there's so much to pack up, but we can't really be out there packing up positioners and the like while they're launching rockets. So,
also, we don't want to be the last ones here alone packing up the last of our stuff. So,
yeah. But somehow I'm doing some camera direction and switching and commentating.
we gotta keep the stream going. That's like our vibe. Like, we just keep streaming.
It really is. So Jay, oh wait, that was Ryan in the back channel. Yep, coming for your job, producing and commentating. All right, going back to the pad cameras now. You don't need to see me anymore. I don't even have chat up anymore. Let me pull back up chat. See if anything is happening on there. Looks like we might have a drone view for these, maybe. So when we get that up, I will certainly be showing those views to you. At this point, though, we are otherwise totally down to the 1 camera in the studio here and the cameras out at the pad. All right, NSF folks in the background, give me, if y'all think I should be showing anything else, let me know. Let's see, I am on positioner 2 currently. Can we get positioner 1 on anything else out here? Is there anything else we should be taking a look at? Hello, Jack and Nerd in chat. Hello, RC Horseman. I see all you in there. Yes, this is 100% an NSF stream takeover. How does that make you feel?
I'm really relieved and grateful because it allows us to pack up and us to continue coverage. So teams who've worked hard still get to see what they want to see, and us get to get out of the dust as soon as possible. So thank you guys. Happy to relinquish any stream key in the future if you want it.
All right, all right. Yeah, that's a. All right, let's head back out to the pad once again. All right, so just as a little behind the scenes, this camera is mounted upside down on that positioner that we were showing you earlier. So that view is upside down. That's the reason for that. So we've been flipping around those files. When we do those super slow-mo replays, that's one of those cameras.
We have to cover the Australian teams.
Right. Sorry. Let's switch it to Australia mode. There we go. Look. Wait, no, that's not an Australia team. There we go. All right, coming back to positioner 1 here. I mean, what else is there to talk about? This has been a wonderful week. It was very chaotic that first day. I know we've talked a lot about the dust storm that came through, but have we showed any video of that or anything like that? Because it was just, I mean, honestly, kind of scary to be out here.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of footage released yet of the haboob that came through on Tuesday night, but maybe we'll get that to socials or whatnot after the fact. But I think folks who tuned in earlier this week saw some of the damage that came, the damage of the tents afterwards. But I know all of us, well, a few of us were out during the windstorm and the dust storm filming, so there's plenty of good hidden content buried somewhere, but I don't think that's hit the stream yet, so something to look forward to maybe on Instagram in the later days.
And I can definitely tease that some of that footage will be shown soon TM on NSF. Nerd, I can't even begin to explain the amount of dust out here. I had a lens that stopped working yesterday. It won't zoom or focus anymore. And like removing it from the camera, you just get a grinding sound. That's one of the cameras that's on what we have been calling positioner 2, which is the one in the middle of all the rockets on this solid pad. That's the one that got knocked over earlier this week. It's the one that nearly got burnt to a crisp. It's been in the middle of everything. And it was absolutely covered in dust. All right, I think I see someone in the background here doing some work at that flag. Can we maybe zoom in on that flag? I see it's yellow now. There we go. So we are at a yellow flag on the solids. Yep, nerd. Normal NSF camera initiation, and these were. This was a brand new positioner too. It has earned its place. It looks like we will have drones still for this, so that is wonderful. I don't know if I'll be able to hear the PA when that happens. Is there a PA still?
There
Okay.
Still.
Cool. Cool.
Still wired in. Yeah, yeah. Still got it.
All right. I think we're okay on that flag shot. Let's get some more close-ups of the teams out there now. You can see that the pack up is happening currently here. It is
A chaotic work environment.
definitely chaotic. There were what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were like 7 people in here pretty much the entire time, and now it's 3 people packing up and me doing a few things. We are up to 400 people watching for this last set of launches for the day. That is absolutely wonderful. It's great to see you all in here. For triggering slow-mos, actually the slow-mos are kind of running already. They're back there. Slow-mos are back there on my laptop. We're not going to have rapid replays, that is for sure. But we have slow-mos from a ton of the launches, almost every launch. We have been working hard to get the slow-mo running. There's been a ton of cooperation between the team to frame up shots. We're talking to people around the world who are positioning the cameras, and then we're zooming and focusing. We've started with 6 cameras at the solid pad. We're down to 5 at this point. And then we're running those with either 2, sometimes 3 people to do all of that. So there have been some that have been missed, but we will be getting all the footage out there so you can see your team's launch in potentially as many as 3 different slow motion angles in addition to what was live on the streams. Now, taking a look back over to the hybrid pad, I still don't see any. Oh, there we go. There is someone there at the hybrid pad. So I assume shortly we'll see some more packing up. But over at the solids, they're down to just a few stands that are in use for this last set of launches.
If you've lost anything this week, come by the information tent, see what's on the table. It even includes a pair of prescription glasses if you've lost your glasses. Come on by.
Positioner 1, can we get a look at these team numbers? Make sure we're calling out the teams properly. So up here we've got a team from India. I don't have a list of what teams are going or anything like that, so we're just sort of winging it here, if that wasn't quite clear. All right, so that's over on on A2, we've got team 124. All right, so we'll be keeping them in mind. Is that Brazil? I'm not good with flags. I'm really sorry. All right. Let's take a look which other teams are out there and set up right now. Yes, A1 is India, A2 is Brazil, it looks like. What, Ryan? I see you in the back channels here. I don't know why I'm hosting and operating and I will hard switch. I will hard switch, Ryan. Sorry. All right, positioner 2, let's get that slow pan across the whole, or positioner 1, keep that going to the left. That's a great looking shot there. Ryan, if you're going to criticize my switching, you can be in here commentating and doing it in person. Come into positioner 2.
Hey, chat, can we get some super chats? I need a Tempur-Pedic bed.
No, you're not supposed to ask for them.
Okay, forget it. Don't
You
give
guys,
a super chat.
Please don't super chat us.
Oh, but you know,
it's a huge liability. No.
It's a liability. Yeah, I'm a liability.
I think this cabling is a liability right here, especially with what happened to the power cord earlier this week. Did everyone see what happened to that power cord? It was all coiled up. It
I did show the power cord.
You showed it? Okay.
Have you shown the rat's nest?
No.
All right. Let's.
Look at this chaos. Look at that. Look at that. We have to clean this up.
Yeah. So we've got a. No, not showing that. Oh, my second monitor's gone now. No, it doesn't matter. I know I have another one of these microconverters somewhere that I do need back. I think that was needed at one point or another. All right, let's take a look back at the pads now. I don't think it is a problem. Intrepid in the chat. Can we maybe get the bowline pointed over the solids pad, see what is visible? So solids are still yellow at this point, so we've got some time before igniters will be installed. They'll lower it down to one person to get the last of that done, then they'll run continuity checks. If all that's good, then we'll clear out the pad and move into launches. But they have to take these rockets all vertical and get them ready yet. Is 701 launching? All right, so we have team 188 here on one of the pads. I don't remember the other team numbers, to be totally honest. All right, coming to Bolin. So this is actually the view from our camera that's sitting between the hybrid pad and the two-stage pad, looking back over at the solids pad. So it looks like 2 of the rails are up vertical right now. The chairs are even being taken away from beside me. Like, they are emptying this place out, and I have not started packing up my equipment. Looking up at team 188 here. Did something just get unplugged audio-wise that is causing some weird interference?
Probably the speakers.
Okay.
Did you unplug that box?
Affirmative pizza will want Bolin ultra, not totally ultra wide, but just like a pretty wide shot for the lift off of the solids. Now it looks like this was Team 188 is removing their rocket from the rails. What's happening here? Oh, maybe they just need access to arm it better or something. I am not an expert at this. I don't know why they trust me with commentary. The rockets I'm used to talking about are a lot larger than this and liquid fueled. Most of the time.
If it's helpful. There's team number. Team number and then you.
Awesome. All right. I've now been given a list that matches team numbers with the school name. That's very helpful. So if I look over at 188, that's the Valore Institute of Technology. Technology. Wow. I'm tired. It's been a long week here. How hot is it there? I think today it's supposed to reach 102 or 103. Can we get positioner 1 over to the vertical rocket? Leave positioner 2 in place, please. Nice. I see Jay Keegan and RC Horseman. Yes, Aries best rocket. We're bringing that over. We're bringing that over to the Ezra stream. Aries 1 is the best rocket, and Chris B can't even stop me from saying it.
In the student area, if you see trash, please pick it up.
All right, we also have team 124 here.
We don't want them eating it.
Instituto Militar. I'm so sorry. I will not be able to pronounce this properly, and I don't want to butcher it. But they are here on pad A2. I'm curious how many NSF viewers there currently are in the audience. And specifically, y'all understand the reference if I say ship 26 best ship, right? I know there are a few of you at least. I see you, Mark, there with the we would ask members of the chat to not mention silly rockets. I see RC Horseman in there. Yes, ship 26. Lovely. Ship 26 is the best ship. Positioner 1, can we tilt it up a little bit?
Just an FYI, if you haven't looked at HeroX lately, there is a message about tonight's event. Please note that there are other things happening in Midland, and there will be limited entry points to the Bush Convention Center, and you must have your ID with you when you come through. If you are missing your ID suddenly, please come see me at the registration tent. Thank you.
Work is still continuing out there at the solids pad. It looks like A2 is all set up. A1, they're still working on some things. I think once A1 has gotten their rocket vertical, then A2 will, Team 124 will be able to continue installing igniters and the like. I'm pretty much just cutting between the two pad cameras that I have here. I have this whole console just have one little button currently. Unless I want to show myself, which is, you know. I see the support for Team 128 in the chat and the support for Brazil. And I see I see some L2 lifetime members. That is super awesome.
I think you only have one.
Oh, yeah. NSF L2 lifetime subscription. Yeah.
Shout out to Dr. Andrea Furlan.
You want to get that?
Oh, I think we have the Ezra Experimental Sounding Rocket Association only has one subscriber, Dr. Andrea Furlan. Shout out for all the love and support. If you're still watching, I think your daughter's rocket just launched.
I feel like there's not all that much for me to talk about here. As someone who hasn't commentated all that many of these launches, I'm just used to parroting back A1, 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 or A3, 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 so the operators can hit all their buttons and do the magic to make the camera aligned. And then I just try to match the count that I hear for some of the remote operators. So I'm not used to talking about them. Do we know what sort of propulsion? Anything cool about these teams? I'm putting you very on the spot.
Solid, I believe caught solid rockets going to 10,000 feet is my understanding. I think all of the 30,000 feet and hybrids finished launching for the day. There might be one. No, I think the University of Calgary already launched, which was the last hybrid. And I think we've got 3 or 4 teams just trying to squeeze out the last little bit of time we have on the range. But they're all flying pretty standard solid rocket motors.
Thank you for that. I did see Jay saying the umbrellas so the rocket doesn't get sunburnt. And it looks like Team 188 is still working on their rocket there. Figuring out what's up. Maybe trying to get that telemetry turned on or something. Looks like they're trying to get one of the T handles into there. Well, JPX 2000, thank you very much. Nice close up there. Nice close up there. So maybe it's the buttons that stick in the launch rail that they were working on there. It's kind of hard to tell. No, it is below that point. They're still yellow. The pad is still yellow. One of the rockets still isn't vertical. They've been troubleshooting some things, it appears. Once again, we are just sort of waiting for the solid pad to be ready to launch here. The last couple rockets of the event are going. One of them is still horizontal. The 2-stage pad and hybrid pads, they're all done for the day, and I'm sure getting ready for the ceremony and whatnot all tonight. Let's go back. However, it looks like Team 188 is removing their rocket from the rail. Yeah, it appears so. So perhaps they weren't able to quite get it ready. So that leaves us a rocket on A2, Alpha 2, I believe that was Team 124. Can we get positioner 1 back on team on the pad? Tilt down, tilt down. Nice shot, right there. Okay, cool. Coming to you, positioner 1. All right, so we're all eyes on team 124 here. There has been a lot of packing going on around me. I can sort of walk around the room a little bit now that I've got a solid shot up there, so I can walk around the room. Outside, the main hosting booth is sort of all packed up. By the way, I know I lent one of these out to somewhere. It has my name on it.
Oh, it has like your...
Yeah, these are all mine. No, these are all.
These 3 are...
And then there's one that's somewhere else in use.
Okay, another SDI converters?
Oh, wait, is this it? Nope. It's one of the full-size ones, but it's got my name and. Yep, it's bidirectional.
Okay. I will keep an eye out for it.
Cool, thank you. Well, it looks like they are working on igniters for Team 124 here. And I see drones on the pad. I have no way to communicate with the drone operators. Look at that close-up shot. I believe that is probably... yeah, that's position 2 there. That is a great shot. I want that shot for launch. Hold on. I'm going over to my slow-mo rigs. Let's positioner 2. Can we go slightly to the right? Just ever so slightly. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, there you go. That looks good. Yeah, so we are keeping an eye on Team 124 from Brazil. Yes, we are still using pad cams.
We'll do the two lines of fiber first, and then the fiber run. Yeah, will be the very last thing. Yeah.
As soon as the stream ends, it's the big fiber and then the
Positioners and bowline and.
Well, we can do those after they're done.
Yep.
After they're clear, we can take care of our stuff.
Are we focused at all here? I can't tell. All right. So hard switching over.
Is that how we want that one?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
It's basically that or no feed.
Or no feed.
Like it's.
Gotcha.
Can you get the focus? I feel like it's off focus. Whatever.
It's like the world is falling down around us. If the camera's a little blurry, it's okay.
It really is falling down. Like the chairs are disappearing, cables are going everywhere. I'm kind of shocked that stuff hasn't just magically gotten unplugged here that wasn't supposed to be. It's kind of.
The horizon starts to fade out of existence, like.
Yeah.
Fade to black too early.
Yeah.
Are you hearing anything on the?
No, the radio is dead. I'm not hearing anything. I have no. The only communication I have is with people in this room and the NSF ops in the back. Yeah, that would be helpful.
And then all the video feeds. Yeah, like what's going on in the video feeds?
Yeah. All right. Oh, they're spraying canned air into the device out there. That's really important. It is so dusty here.
It's so dusty.
Let's take another close-up look as they work on that rocket. Thank you, Mark Hardman. It is greatly appreciated. The team here from NSF is, we've been running around like crazy. I mean, we drove out here.
We're a person short, too. We're a person short. We usually have 3 folks out here, and Jack couldn't make it this year. So Dee and I have been running around like headless chickens, or I don't know, pick your own analogy there.
And 8 active cameras for the live stream, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So 8 cameras for the live stream we've been operating. We actually had more. We were like throwing out ideas. I definitely had more stuff I wanted to be able to get done, but it's been a small group working to bring you the views, bring you the slow-mo, bring you all these things. Now let's go to 5. Hard switch, just to make Ryan a little bit mad. Sorry, Ryan. Because we've got drones in the air here. What a wonderful sight. All right, coming to 4. And they can't hear me. I don't know why I'm calling out what I'm switching to at this point. The only people who can hear me are the positioners on the pad there. The drones cannot hear me talking right now.
The drone operator should be watching the stream. Jeez.
Well, they'll know like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever, after I do the switching.
Oh my gosh. What a mess.
It's definitely interesting. But hey, we even have Bolin still up. Let's take a look at that. That's the distant view. Oh, that's a great shot, Camera 5. Coming to you. Why am I still saying it?
Just tell the viewers.
I'm telling the viewers. You get to... Wait, why?
We need a pip, honestly. We need like a
We really do.
that has this.
Let's see if I...
Here, I'll hold the mic while you work. Uh-oh, I have the microphone now. D is working on setting the production behind-the-scenes camera. It does look a little soft right now.
It really does.
What do we still have out there, D? Are there 2 teams still on the rails? One pulled back? Just one? It really is the thing. Like, they came all this way, and having that last opportunity, the waiver's still good. We have... Wow, they have 30 minutes, it looks like, if that's Eastern time.
I'm taking it live so I can focus.
The only thing we could do is put it live so we can focus it, really?
It makes it bigger.
Oh, my gosh. Welcome. You like the placement? It almost looks like that's on the screen in the background, but it's not. That's a watermark, see?
Another limited amount of information from you guys, but we got one other.
Nice, a new walkie-talkie. Thank you. All right, back to you, D.
All right. Well, with that, so you can see there were a lot more cameras here. That was a tracking camera. These were, I think, in use. Those might have been live feeds from the rockets. Who knows? These 2, 4 and 5, those are drone feeds. 17, 22, 19, and 27. Those are views from the NSF positioners out there. Occasionally, if you would hear 14, that was our sort of replay system, but that is also how we were able to pipe in Das as he was walking around with the pack. We were able to run it through that system, get it onto 14, because we have another server sort of running here. 28, that's what you're looking at right now. We have interview cameras. There were cameras. This is a big production. Let's go back to the pad.
For any of you students floating around, make sure you say a big thank you to Lieutenant Franco and his crew this week for helping us in fire and EMS. Give them a big round of applause.
If you need
thumbs
live
up,
stream
whatever you need to
services,
do. They've been
reach
wonderful.
out
Thank
to NASA
you.
Spaceflight. All right, let's get a positioner 2. Can we get a close-up on that installation on the bottom of the rocket? A2 and A3. A2 and A3. Thank you, Pizza. Wonderful. Going to 19. So we have 124. Positioner 1, can you go over to A3? 128 and 124. All right. So 124 is the one I can't pronounce properly. All right, I'm going to struggle to pronounce either of these properly. Shout out to teams 128 and 124. If we can take if we can take Bolin a little bit wider. All right, I've double checked that my slow-mo is not overheating. Ooh. Can we take positioner 1? Can we zoom in on the FX405 to get the second positioner in the background a little bit more?
Now we're framing our promotional shots for our equipment. I want to go move that sign, honestly.
Wait, can we
1, 2, 3.
when we move positioner 2 back, can we go to that same framing again? I love this shot, positioner 1. This is awesome. You can see the second positioner with tracking cameras moving out and tracking those cars.
1, 2, 3.
Awesome. Thank you, pizza. Let's go to camera 4. This is one of those drone shots. You can see him on the pad. And of course, the vehicles are clearing out there on a red flag. Looks like that RAV4 will be the final vehicle off the pad, I believe. Yeah, that RAV4. They happen to be pretty decent cars for driving through the desert, as I may know.
Not sponsored by Toyota.
Not sponsored. TM. Reach out to us.
Toyota, the official sponsor of
NASA Spaceflight Off-Roading. Coming to camera 5. Now, y'all probably don't know this on the stream, but like through the radios, it's just beeping occasionally. I think that's repeaters confirming they're online on certain frequencies or something, but we just get like random beeps through these radios for communication. Coming to camera 19. So there's that last car off the pad. The pad is red. We've got 2 launches that we are looking forward to. RC, my car did just fine on the beach. It was a rental that didn't do fine on the beach. My RAV4 does very well on the beach. Great shot, positioner 2. Great shot. Oh, are you moving the computer now? Oh, okay. So the computer that I had put the camera on is having to move. Let's hear that real quick. It's having to move. Because I moved the drive, but they're taking the computer down. So we're losing that camera stand now. So what we've got now is the Blackmagic Constellation, right? Yeah. And the case for it. Some Ultra Studios. Yeah. We're really losing this equipment fast.
It's got to be back in Inland at the FedEx by 5 p.m.
Wait, hold on. Equipment has to be returned at 5 p.m. today?
Yeah, that's the reason why we're working so hard to get everything back in boxes and back cleared up, because the FedEx is closed on Sunday, and most of us are flying out before Monday. Actually, almost everyone is flying out before Monday. So the only window of opportunity is before it closes Friday at 5 p.m. And we've got about a 2.5 hour drive to get there. So our sort of no later than for all these FedEx boxes getting back is like 1:30.
Respectfully, I don't think you're going to make that. Also, if you happen to see one of these,
yes,
it has my name on it. It's probably in use somewhere.
Is it pink tape?
It has my name on it.
But it's not pink.
That one does not have pink tape on it. All right. What rocket tracking? Oh, you're looking for. So many lens rentals boxes. Like I thought I've seen bad amount of lens rentals boxes before, but I've got to be honest. In this system, this trailer is filled with lens rental boxes. It's like every possible area that can be stacked up with boxes has lens rentals boxes. It's wild.
Last year we used a few, like 4 to 5 pickup trucks for our order. This year we decided to get a 20-foot Penske rental because it's a completely overwhelming number of lens rental boxes.
Can we go back to that preset on 2 pizza? Going to camera 4.
Alright, and the stream is going to become unbranded real soon.
Oh, we're taking the overlays offline? Wait, plug in the NSF overlays.
I don't think I can easily.
No.
We have to pipe it through the cloud and then send it back down again. One launch.
No, 2 launches. 2 launches.
For 2 launches that might.
Yep. All right. I hope that everyone here is having fun. this is kind of chaotic. I don't know what pad we're launching from. No, I do not know Portuguese. I'm learning Norwegian. Waiting to hear a confirmed pad number, if we're going with 124 or 128 first. Let's take another look at that drone shot. Going to camera 5. Thank you, Michael S. I see you in chat. This is not quite like anything I've really done before. I've done commentary, I've done switching, I've done calling. I've not done all of it at once. Let's listen into the radio. Are we hearing anything good?
If it happens really quickly after lunch, that's cool, but we're going to try to tear down.
LCO.
All right, so they're looking for telemetry lock from these two rockets. Positioner 1, let's move over to 1, 2, 4 for now. Let's assume that they're going to be in order. Is that the shadow of the drone on the other drone? That's pretty cool. I feel like this should be a headset so I can switch with two hands rather than holding a microphone as I switch.
Held microphones. What the heck?
Yeah.
Switch to headsets next year.
Seriously, they're.
Well, it's because they have to wear the other headset.
Yes, but there are mixers and things to do that. Like, just mount a second microphone on those headsets. Like, yeah, it's huge. Oh, are we hearing something?
A team out only about 10 degrees off of the solid pads.
All right, so it looks like we might have some people out near the solid pad. So if you're listening to this, but you are listening to this from near the solid pad, get out of that area. What are you doing? To the 422 of you still watching, thank you. I'm sure that these teams appreciate the support and viewership for these last two launches of the day. It's really huge. It's unfortunate, like, if your team gets delayed and you're like at the last one to barely launch, like, that's not a great time. But I hope that all of you hanging out here now, 430. I'm glad that you're here watching. I know that the teams will appreciate it, and it is a great way to share this. The teams, the students, like everyone. This is such an accomplishment to even get here to build a rocket and all that.
Are they clear? Like, have they cleared the pad?
The pad is clear. There's a vehicle near the range.
Nice. Are we down to just our cameras now?
2 drones, our cameras, and yeah. So seriously, thank you all for hanging out. I think I'm going to stay on this super close-up shot of the aft section for the ignition. What do y'all think? I want to hear what each of you think. I know it feels weird to say, all right, chat, but all right, chat. Let's hear what y'all think of staying on this for the ignition of this rocket. Then we'll cut to a drone. Then we'll cut to a wide shot. You are getting to choose the shots live. Let me know what you think. I think we do have some mods from last year. Is that separate from pole access?
All of our mods are NSF mods.
Wonderful, wonderful. I want to hear what y'all are thinking. Do we want to stay on this shot for ignition? Do we want to go wide? Like we've got this. We've got this. We can go to Australia. We can go to Bolin. That'll be our wide shot, Bolin. We also, of course, have drones 4 and 5 we're looking around with. But I really think that close-up for the engine, yes, that looks like huge support for a close-up. Get a wider shot. We don't have all that many options. Some of our cameras are limited. Like I said, we lost some cameras. So for this shot, we're gonna go super close up. Then we've got these wider shots we'll cut through. Once again, we've lost tracking. Everyone has had to pack up. There are huge groups out there. I will try to count you down. I have no clue if that's gonna work or not. But I will definitely not be on my camera during launch itself. It looks like an operator's dealing with the delay of controlling one of our cameras out there. That's a fun one. I am sorry, and thank you for doing that. Do we know which pad? Okay, the drone operator seems to be on A3. Have we heard anything? I haven't heard anything as far as which pad it's going to. No, JPX 2000. I don't see a grass vent. We will do our best to let you know. Positioner 2, can you keep the shot, keep the positioner in place, but zoom out ever so slightly so we can see a bit more of those numbers and get those fully in frame?
Team 706, University of Calgary. Please come see me at the registration tent. I have something of yours.
There we go. That's good. Thank you. How about that? A little bit wider. And we also, of course, have this shot. And we've got our wide shot. And we're definitely not going to be on that one during launch.
That is.
That's the landed drone. But this one is pretty. I need to get something to drink. If I could. Thank you. Let's go back to here. That's a perfect shot. That's perfect.
Low volume.
Thank you.
Go ahead, RSO.
that vehicle pick up 2 people and now pick up 3 people, but they are not moving.
Sounds like the ranges are clear.
Correct. There are still people potentially violating this range, so we're figuring out what's going on. All right. Yeah, it is quite the zoomed in shot. I don't think it's too out of the ordinary for these cameras, though. Yep. Wow. And this is the Z cam.
Yeah.
It's a much cleaner shot if I can figure out how to flip it upside down.
That's like the security enclosure.
All right, do we prefer Australia mode for launch? I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. Coming to camera 4 with that drone shot. Still waiting to hear when vehicles are clear. Perhaps this drone is going out to get a better view of exactly where they are. Both teams are go for telemetry. That is a good sign. You can see it's very packed up there. Let's go to camera 5 now on the other drone. Looking good. We're still just waiting for these people to clear.
It's going to be hilarious if they clear all the rails and the only thing in the middle of that pad is our camera.
I think that they're going to have all the rails down before we go out there to get the cameras. Hey, remember when the stream was ending at 10 a.m.?
Yeah. What time zone? Pacific, 10 Pacific.
Oh, right. Sorry. Are we back to an NSF takeover?
We are going to launch the last 2 solids.
All right, they're going to launch.
We have 2 10K shots, and we are going to launch. We're starting with Alpha 2.
Alpha 2, that is the one we are on. Good.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
If we sat here so long and they launched the wrong one.
All right, on Alpha 2, Team 124. Alpha 2, Team 124. Institute Militar de Engenharia, Team CO. 10K COTS on an M2400 Aerotech Blue Thunder. Clear skies, green pad. We're going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
All right. Well, that one launched. Let's get over to pad 3.
All right. 124 shredded.
Well, given that there is one pad left with a rocket on it.
Alpha 3.
Oh, I love that drone shot. I love that drone shot.
Team 128.
All right.
Instituto
128 on Alpha 3.
Hermosillo. rocket team, 10K cots to 10,173 feet.
Can we
on
get a
an
wide shot
L850
on
Aerotech
camera
White
5 on drone
Lightning.
5? Maybe if you're listening. Unlikely, but whatever.
Are they remote triggering slow-mo?
It's running. It's running.
It's just, okay.
Yep.
We have clear skies. We
If
have
you
a
want to focus it,
green
that'd be awesome.
light.
It was focused for the
We are
last one.
launching in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Smoke ignition.
Nice. There you go. There you go. Oh, something coming down on the. It was the previous shoot coming down in the background. Good job, Bolin. If we look down, it becomes a concaver. Yeah. Huh.
All right. Was that it? Was that the last 2 launches of IREC? The one got taken off. Yep. They've been saying a little bit.
Heads up, we got it coming in hot.
It's coming in hot. Coming in hot. Okay, interesting.
Everybody, eyes up for the rocket. It appears to be coming in hot.
Aim this outside.
I think it's gonna overexpose and I'm gonna adjust.
It's out to the right of the LCO area. It's out to the right of LCO. Coming in hot. All right, it's down. It is down.
All right. It is down safely. That is good.
You'll have like a sign off to thank the sponsors or something.
Yeah, the ops needed the countdown to come from me. That didn't come through right.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, let's take a look at those drone shots of the pad. Empty view. No more rockets out there. No more rockets. What's that like? It's
This is an all clear. You can
all
return
clear?
to the 10.
There's like 3 rails out there. The rest of the rails are dead. They started taking down the rails. This is almost our
Notice to all teams going out on recovery. Notice to all teams going out on recovery. Recovery will close at 3 o'clock.
These are some fun views of the drone. You know what? I think it's time that we head it back into here. Why did you trust me to do? Oh, that's funky looking. Huh? Sorry. Why did you trust me to do this? We're not focused.
Again, all recovery missions must be concluded by 3 p.m.
There we go. That looks a bit better. All right. It's so dusty. All right. All right. Can we see your badge again? That's the Director of Media and Live. Why am I doing this?
You're doing a great job right now.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. This was fun. All right. Favorite part of IREC 2025. Let's go.
The haboob.
The rocket's blowing up.
The recovery of the haboob. The second haboob.
Wyatt. MIT.
The camera's not dying.
The camera's not dying for sure.
Physical death.
It was close. I mean, y'all saw the slow-mo of the rocket going into
They have a whole new understanding of danger close now. They're danger close.
I've thought my cameras have been in dangerous positions before, but you know, this is the closest to a hit that wasn't a hit. I think the closest to a hit that wasn't a hit. Yeah. So the thing is, I was planning on putting more out there, if I wasn't on slow-mo and whatnot, and like if I had time, I would have totally dropped more.
More cameras.
Yeah, I had 3. I have 3 more in my bag right now, ready to be deployed. But all right, so what are we doing now? We're ending, right?
Yeah, we're ending. We're packing up. Yeah.
Yeah. Do we just? Oh, does it have to be a Fit to Black? Because I've got this fun.
Do an outro. Okay, I'll sign off.
Hold on. I've got this fun. I've got this fun transition we can do. We can. All right.
Let's hand the microphone over.
All right, thank you everyone for tuning in to the 18th annual IREC.
All right, everybody.
From the live stream and the NASA spaceflight crew, we hope you enjoyed your coverage this year. We have concluded all of our launches, over 130, I believe. And we want to thank all of our sponsors who helped make this event possible, all the student teams that come from all over the world, and all of our partners who work with us. And especially the volunteers, all of us who are volunteers make this happen. So thank you, everyone, and see you out here in the desert next year in 2026. Thank you. Fade to black.